Alright, we're in. I really should figure out, alright, some kind of, an intro. Alright, do we mute? Alright, everything's muted. And I'll go ahead and I'll bump to let people know that I'm live. And then I'll send out a tweet. How are y'all doing? As always, I've got the SciTube, the Twitch, and the YouTube chats open in front of me, so if you want to get my attention, you can post in any of those. Alright. Real quickly, gonna post a link around a little bit so that everybody gets in. It looks like I'm good and live everywhere. It looks like I'm good and live everywhere. Whoops. Didn't mute myself there. Alright. Let's open up Twitter. Alright, so we're going to be covering today's news, and I was out yesterday, so I might go back to yesterday's news a little bit too. But, let's see, today is the 6th of April, 2021. Alright, streaming leftypol news, live at... And I'll post that in the SciTube too, so people can see it. Actually, how about I post that everywhere? You're right, it is that time again, Jules. How you doing? Let's see. Oh right, I popped out the chats, so they're nice and easy for me to reference. There's a Twitter, so if anybody wants to get updates there, you can. Alright, so as usual, I'm going to be taking recommendations. If anybody who has stories that they would like, they can post them in any of the chats and I'll open them up, see if we can fit them in. I'll prioritize stories that people send me directly. Other than that, I'm going to go through News Anon's threads. Mostly today's thread, but I think there's a couple things from yesterday maybe that I want to include. And I'm just gonna go read through and comment on articles. I'll be reading, referring back to chat to see what people have to say. If there's any requests or if anybody has any interesting points, I'll read those back. And I think later on we might have some guests showing up. Let's see. It looks like people are just starting to roll in. Yeah. Got a bunch of, I see some regular users here. What's up? I've got the, SciTube, Twitch, and YouTube chats in front of me, so anybody wants to say hi, just, you can post there and I'll probably see it pretty quickly. I'll go back and read stuff after I've covered some of the news. Alright, so let's see. This is yesterday. We've been covering the stuff in India a little bit with India's security forces and the Maoists there. So I think we're going to get to that a little bit later. I think I'm going to save that for when I bring somebody on who's more familiar with Indian politics. But I think maybe I'll just, anything extra, I'll read through yesterday's headlines after I get through today's. I will start with the Chauvin trial, though, because that was on earlier today, and it seemed like more and more, the defense's case is shriveling up, and the state's case for the murder of George Floyd is becoming more and well, maybe not airtight, but a lot tighter. So I'll go through some of the keeps buffering. There's settings you can use to change the quality that might make it easier. I don't want to be all works on my machine, but I don't see like I've got a problem. Morning. It's not morning for me, Eugene, but I guess maybe for you. For me, it's evening. Good, what is it? It's like good morning, and if I don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night from The Truman Show. I think that's how he said it. It's always morning. Well, maybe it's morning, the dawn of a new day for the movement. But yeah, I'll run through the summary real quick for the Chauvin trial, who murdered George Floyd. They ended it early today. They ended it around like 4:30ish. They had 4 witnesses. Actually, let me start with the motions. That's the big thing. This is like the really wild thing from today. So there was another person with George Floyd in the car when he was arrested by the police. This was one Maurice Hall, Morries Hall, Hall. This is apparently the person who is the source of the counterfeit $20 bill that George Floyd was originally being arrested for, that the police were called for. Also, allegedly a potential source for drugs for George Floyd. And this leads to some potential problems because I'm not sure which side. I'm assuming maybe the state wants to call him as a witness. However, there's a very strong potential for him to incriminate himself by giving testimony, so he is invoking his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. And they're trying to hammer out the details on what exactly they can ask him and what they're prohibited from asking him regarding the Fifth Amendment protections. But the messed up part of this is that there are laws in Minneapolis regarding drug use and overdose, where depending on his proximity, Hall's proximity to Floyd, or potential involvement in providing the drugs to Floyd, if Chauvin is not found guilty of murdering Floyd, and the court determines that instead Floyd died of an overdose, this man, Maurice Hall, could become, he could be charged and then possibly convicted for third-degree murder of George Floyd. Meaning that this guy who was just there, another black man, might end up being convicted of murder because a cop just decided to kill George Floyd. So they're trying to, his public defender, Hall's public defender, is trying to like protect him from incriminating himself in this trial, in Floyd's trial, so that he doesn't produce evidence that will get him convicted in his Hall's trial, which is I believe he's like possibly on trial for. There we go. I believe he's possibly on trial for some other things, but I don't think that he's got a murder charge yet. I'd have to check on that. But yeah, it's a pretty grim situation. The later stuff was just witnesses being called by the state, and the state is almost done calling their witnesses. So the way that this will work is the state is prosecuting Chauvin. They will call their witnesses, and then defense will call their witnesses, and then they'll proceed from there and have like an argument section where they lay out the case that they've got, that the prosecution will try to prove to the jury that Chauvin killed Floyd, and the defense will try to prove that he didn't, or defend him from the prosecution. So the state's almost done with their witnesses, meaning that it's going to be the defense next, and we'll see what kind of witnesses that they bring up. So far, the state has brought a lot of police officers who continue to be testifying basically that Chauvin violated protocol by using excessive force. And that was what happened today, too. We had 4 police officers, 3 from Minneapolis, 1 from LA, who is like a general kind of expert on use of force, and I guess was available for this, so they brought him on. First witness was a crisis intervention coordinator who basically testified about how the police are supposed to be aware of like panic and other kinds of crisis mental states, and that they're supposed to like take account for that and try to de-escalate so that people don't get more bothered. And sort of the implication is that this is relevant to Floyd, who is claustrophobic and so on. Conclusion from that witness seems to be that Floyd was just not paying attention to protocol at all and doing what he wanted. Second witness was a use of force instructor who testified about the policies regarding use of force and basically said the same kind of thing, that Floyd was going way out of line. Not Floyd, Chauvin was going way out of line, using force on Floyd, and that basically the policy has nothing to do with what he was doing, that they're supposed to be trying to de-escalate whenever possible. And, you know, when you've got somebody handcuffed on the ground, they're pretty much not a threat, so you should be de-escalating. Third witness was like a medical support coordinator who had instructed police officers, including Chauvin himself, in medical aid. And according to her testimony, there was clearly a point, at least, where Chauvin should have stopped trying to restrain Floyd and instead administered medical aid, and particularly that when he went limp and stopped responding to pain, the state asked her specifically if the knee on Floyd's neck basically constituted a painful stimulus that you could use to determine whether somebody is responsive or not, and that him no longer responding to that painful stimulus indicates that he is non-responsive and needs medical attention. And then the fourth witness was this guy from LA, and he basically he continued the same argument that Chauvin was going outside of protocol, and this was clearly excessive force. So more and more evidence against Chauvin coming from the defense, from a bunch of police officers. So what it's looking like right now is that they're trying to throw him under the bus and make it look like it's a one person's fault, and it's not a problem with the police department as a whole or the police as an institution. So they're going to bring 100 witnesses till one of them says Chauvin did nothing wrong. No, I think that right now the defense is just building a case. They're being thorough, and we're going to get to the state. Sorry, not the defense. The state is building the case against Chauvin right now. Next will be the defense and their witnesses. We haven't begun the defense's witnesses yet. In other countries, they would have locked up the cops for the failure to administer first aid alone. Yeah, I don't think that constitutes a criminal charge in the U.S., but the medical coordinator that they had on today testified that was definitely something that they should have done. Even when disregarding that they were the cause of his injury. In addition to that, actually, the medical coordinator testified that MPD officers carry naloxone, which, if you don't know what that is, that's a shot that is used to deal with opioid overdoses. which means that if it's true that Floyd, I mean, like it's not, but if they determine that Floyd died of an overdose of fentanyl, Chauvin would still be negligent for not administering naloxone, which he had on his person, or in his car at least, because the Minneapolis police are equipped with that and trained to use it in the event of an overdose. So that kind of pokes that defense full of holes right there. Yeah, either way, it was totally negligent. But we'll see how it shapes up. So far, it's looking like they're going to show that he used excessive force. We'll see about malicious intent, which is what you need for second degree, but he's certainly negligent. He's certainly, they've been making a very strong case for third degree, at least, for murder. He knew that what he was doing was dangerous and could lead to death, which would make him guilty of murder. Malicious intent's harder to prove, but I think that they'll be able to make a strong case for that, given the evidence that they've got. We're still not in arguments yet, so that kind of thing isn't really going to come up in witness testimony, like malicious intent. But there's plenty there to build a case out of when they get to argument. Yeah, and so right now it looks like the defense's strategy, led by Nelson, Mr. Nelson, his lawyer, Chauvin's lawyer, it seems like what they want to do is they want to bring in more police instructors, because as a matter of fact, the methods that Floyd used were part of their training. But so far, all the police officers have testified that that's not true, which is a lie. Or they're just breathtakingly ignorant of, I mean, they're not, it's a lie. So Nelson has, he knows that this is part of policy, and he wants to bring in trainers who will testify to this effect. But the state has already brought in a number of police officers who are experts on the subject, and they've testified that this is not the case, which suggests that if Nelson brought in more, they'd probably be in on the same party line, and they'd be saying the same thing. So that probably won't work. And, if you weren't here before we were looking at this stuff, it looks like what's happening is that there's now a conflict between the police department and between the defense. The police department are ready to throw Chauvin under the bus. The defense is trying to save him. So, to that end, Nelson is potentially going to try to bring forward evidence that would indict the whole police department for using these kinds of methods. Not in a legal sense, but in the public eye. And I mean, if he actually got Chauvin to walk for that, based on the evidence that the police department was just doing this as a matter of course, that does not bode well for the Minneapolis police. I mean, especially given what happened to them after the whole video went viral in the first place. Yeah. So yeah, I think that about covers it for today. Today was not super eventful in the trial, and they cut it short. So not a whole lot of stuff. And yeah, Bob Soviet, yes, the defense is totally crumbling right now. Nelson is really having a hard time. Wonder what the factions are in the police, both locally and federally. I don't know. That's interesting, because the guy that they brought in today, the fourth witness, what was his name? Jody Steiger. He's an LAPD sergeant, and he is recognized nationally as a use of force expert who's reviewed approximately 2,500 use of force cases. They brought that guy in from LA. He said that he works in LA, but he's currently on vacation, and so was available to testify in this case. He sort of walks through the same thing as everybody else had explained. Kind of filled that in and said that, nationally it's the same sort of deal about trying to de-escalate whenever possible, that there's a responsibility to de-escalate. But the reality of the situation is that that's not really how it works. This is all song and dance that are done by these police departments whenever people talk about you're not being, you're not de-escalating enough, or you're being too lethal or whatever. They can trot out all this policy and say, but look at our policy. It's only these bad cops who are doing this stuff. And so, in making it clear about the position of the police nationally as well as locally. They're basically making it clear that this is the reality of policing nationally as well as locally. That they have these policies, but nobody really follows them. I'm kind of concerned about the jury. There were some weird jurors that made some strange comments. Yeah, so the way that it works is that they need to get a unanimous vote or a unanimous decision from the jurors. And because the burden of proof is on the prosecution, if they don't get a unanimous guilty vote, that means that Chauvin doesn't get the conviction, unless the people who are voting guilty can convince the others to vote. It might end up on a hung jury, which means that they don't achieve a unanimous result. But given that there are 3 charges that are on the table here, it's possible that they're going to compromise. So the 3 charges are 2nd-degree murder, 3rd-degree murder, and 2nd or 3rd-degree manslaughter. The case is looking pretty airtight for 3rd-degree murder right now, in that he was intentionally doing things that he knew could lead to somebody's death out of negligence. 2nd-degree murder was that he was maliciously acting. You might have some jurors who are going to be super loyal to the police or something, but it didn't seem like they had anybody like that. Let's be honest, burghers are about to have riots, then the state comes in and institutes martial law. The reactionary right will use this and coup the government and implement a right-wing totalitarian regime. I mean, that doesn't seem like the most implausible outcome here, to be honest. I kind of think that they're going to try to downplay this as much as possible. It looks like the police are already going hard for throwing him under the bus to try to get the heat off of the police in Minneapolis and nationally. We'll see if the jury buys that. We'll see if the people buy that. I think it's too early to tell for sure. We're not even at the argument stage yet. We're still just reading in witnesses. So also, I want to say a week ago, last Wednesday, when they had the body cams brought on, the jury saw, and me too because I was watching it, saw George Floyd die 6 times in a row from every possible angle, including CCTV footage and stuff. So, I mean, you have to be a pretty cold person to not be affected by that. So I don't know. It seems to me kind of a long odds that they would not vote to convict of at least one of those charges. If not, surely manslaughter at least. But I think at this point, 3rd-degree murder looks likely. There is one juror that said all lives matter. Yeah, I think that's true. But that's not. I mean, I was watching jury selection, and I think that there's lots of people who are like that, who are just kind of ignorant, not necessarily ideologically motivated, but just, I mean, there were some wild stuff some of those jurors said, where it was really? It's weird that somebody, is, of course, that's the whole thing, is that the jury selection is trying to find people who are disconnected, but it's still weird how disconnected some people can be, given how big a topic this was. Cops with the Maoist party line? Nope, not quite. That would be kind of cool, though, I guess. Biden has already given more arms and munitions to the police. I don't doubt it. See, that's the thing about the two-party stuff, is that the Democrats' posture is a lesser evil, but because they're ostensibly the more left party, they can get away with stuff because people aren't going to be looking at them as closely to criticize them. So yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to play out yet. We'll see. As always, we'll see. But yeah, definitely stuff to keep paying attention to, because there's always these weird new developments, like Maurice Hall potentially being charged with Floyd's murder if they decided that drugs were what happened. Oh, and yeah, by the way, speaking about the whole drug thing and that narrative kind of collapsing, uh, Nelson, the main like defense lawyer, was getting really like desperate and reaching with this drug narrative. He was asking like all the cops on the stand today about like hypothetical scenarios about like what if somebody was on drugs and did this and that. So like he's not able to put forward a coherent message or a coherent story to try to like blame Floyd and stuff. So like he's kind of having to resort to just random nonsense. Let's see. I might pull up the video. Let me just check to make sure it's okay to play on Twitch. I don't know if I want to put Nat Socks on Twitch. I think that they might be a little. Might say it's kind of a risky move. I'll try it. Don't. Okay. Well, they tend to be very reactive about stuff like that. All right, so we got somebody.
Hello?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, that's a communist. Is that a communist? Are you a communist?
No.
It's a communist flag.
I am left-wing nationalist.
You're like a Nazgul.
Yeah, Nazgul, exactly.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Oh God, he's doing the salute too.
Oh,
the cop was doing the salute, and then the Nazgul did it back. Ugh. See, I could kind of see some value to having like the whole like Nazgul thing, because there are people who swap from being on the hard like nationalist right toward being left, and that's, I guess, maybe kind of a bridge. But you gotta watch out for that stuff. Once people are in that milieu, we should be trying to get them out as quickly as we possibly can, because it's very easy for them to. Yeah, and he had a GDR flag or a DDR flag, I guess I should say. Yeah, that was really weird. Don't go on. What was that? Omegle. All those chat sites are really weird. Interactions are funny. Yeah, I mean, it's good material for like memes and stuff, I suppose. But yeah, that whole milieu of like Nazguls. Hard to believe that people really take that, like, it's become like unironic now. It used to be like a silly meme, but I don't know. People don't need to have coherent politics to believe in it, I guess. People will believe in whatever contradictory stuff that they decide they like. You know, hey, this ideology scratches 2 itches at once, and you know, they just be like, I don't need to resolve the conflict here. I'll just accept it. Anyway, there's actually like almost a thing where people be like, well, you see, actually, they'll say, actually, I am so smart that I can hold these two ideas in my head at the same time. I can make sense of this contradiction, and everybody else can't, which makes me smarter. So it can become like a thing where it almost is like it validates the ridiculousness of it becomes validating. So yeah, I can see why there's people like that. Doesn't make it any less ridiculous though. All right, let's get to the news. It's 7 o'clock. We fucked around enough. Although I was talking about the Chauvin trial, so building off what it's all aesthetics and entertainment. Well, yeah, that's a really big thing. People like the black hammer and sickle inside of the, you know, the white circle and stuff. It does look pretty neat. Building off what Bob Soviet said, luckily these types are terminally online. It's so ridiculous it simply won't work. Yeah, I feel like that's true. you get to a certain point of ridiculousness, and like, what does Nazbol praxis even look like? Ooh. Let Tucker Carlson appears. Yeah, Tucker Carlson is in that sort of milieu of trying to do class politics and identity politics at the same time. It's weird. All right, anyway. So let's just read. I'm going to read through News Anon's thread. If anybody like wants me to read a specific article, put it in the chat. Say so. And if you have an article that you would like, I don't mean put the link in the chat. I mean just tell me. But if you have an article that you would like me to read, let me know. I think also, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe there was a recent New Multitude article that went up. I might read that. Forget what it was about. A brief history of Nigeria's left. Yeah, that was a couple days ago. I'll pull that up. That looked interesting. All right. Get to that in a minute. Luckily, he's just a grifter. Does it make it better or worse, though, that Tucker Carlson's a grifter? Because the thing is, like, somebody who's actually trying to do real politics, but like silly politics, they'll try to put it into practice, and it'll fail, and people will leave. But if you're a grifter, you just keep it going forever. So, like, he can keep people on that train and get them more deeply invested into it as he strings them along. So, I don't know. And also, given the national platform that he's got, the number of viewers he's got, he might like inspire people to actually try to bring his brand of politics into reality. You think he's a grifter? Yes, definitely he's a grifter. Not to be like personal and stuff, former Hasbot, but maybe you're not the best at identifying grifters. Just a suggestion. Yeah, Tucker Carlson's definitely a grifter. Like, okay, let me actually. That was like 10 minutes. No, I was gonna pull up that episode of what was it? Crossfire, where they had Jon Stewart on, and he basically just explains how ridiculous the whole thing is and what grifters Tucker and that other guy are. Tucker's been doing this shit for like decades. He's not a newbie at this stuff. He's a grifter. He's a career grifter. That's like, he's very, very adept at it. He knows what he's doing. He's just, yes, he did. Jon Stewart, actually, I'll post it in the chat just so people have the link. But yeah, everybody who wonders about Tucker Carlson should see that. Let's see, Crossfire, Jon Stewart. Yeah. Yeah, it's 14 minutes long. All right, I got the link. I'll post that for anybody who's interested, but here's the link to Jon Stewart on Crossfire. I'm not going to play it because it's long. It's 14 minutes. But this is what everybody who is thinking Tucker is legitimate. Everybody should see this. Basically, he just destroys Tucker and what he's doing. His whole goofy political project. And Tucker's really not doing anything different now. He's kind of adopted a different position politically, but it's the same basic principle, right? As far as he's concerned, his stances on different things are just like a coat of paint. It's just what he thinks, shortened version. All right, that might be short enough to play. Was pretty based when Glenn Greenwald went on Carlson. Yeah, I would say that it's a good thing generally when you have people with a left-wing or left-adjacent message go on shows like that, or like Joe Rogan or something, because you're taking an audience that's very large and has, as propagandized as they are pretty diverse because they're so large, which means that there's going to be some people on there who are receptive to the message. That's like one of the things you have to think about when it comes to media, mass media especially. You got to think in terms of like proportions. So if, 1 million people watch a show out of those million people, if 1%, have some particular quality, if they find, Glenn Greenwald interesting out of 1 million people, that's 10,000 people that could be looking into it. So, you got to think in terms of big numbers with that kind of stuff. This is only a minute 40. I'll play this. There we go. Thanks for the link, Jules.
Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking to Jon Stewart, who was just lecturing us on our moral inferiority. John, you're bumming us out. Tell us, what do you think of the Bill O'Reilly vibrator story?
No. I'm sorry? I don't. I'm here to confront you because we need help from the media, and they're hurting us. I made a special effort to come on the show today because I have mentioned this show as being bad. Mm-hmm. It's not so much that it's bad as it's hurting America. So I wanted to come here today and say,
wait.
Here's just what I wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop hurting America. Okay. I watch your show every day, and it kills me.
I can tell you love it.
It's so painful to watch. Your partisan, what do you call it, hacks.
Wait, John, wait.
You have a responsibility to the public discourse, and you fail miserably.
I think you're a good comedian. I think your lectures are boring.
You're on CNN. The show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you? It's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore. I just can't.
Also funny how Jon Stewart just made a critique of the media, which is something Carlson and his ilk picked up. Yeah, I'll wait until the end of the video, but I have a whole thing, I think, about like Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert and that whole thing. I'll get to that in a second.
You need to get a job at a
miserably.
School, I think.
You need to go to one. Now, this is theater. I mean, it's obvious. How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Yeah, I do. I do think you're more fun on your show. Just my opinion.
But
Jon Stewart goes one-on-one with his fans.
You're as big a dick on your show as you are on any show.
Yeah. I think that Jon Stewart is probably like a very much a well-intentioned person. And he loves America and all that kind of stuff. But I think that mechanically, pragmatically speaking, I think that the Daily Show and the Colbert Report were kind of harmful in the long run because they normalized people looking at horrible and absurd politics and just laughing, as opposed to getting outraged and trying to figure out what to do about it. That's briefly how I kind of feel about that stuff. I have pretty strong critical views of that because I think laughing at politics that way instead of taking it seriously made a large portion of Americans become I don't know what you call it. They sort of contained politics into this sphere of entertainment. It really codified the circus part of the bread and circuses being part of politics. The politics itself became the circus. So apathetic, pacified, not even though. It's I think that people see this kind of nutty stuff and it's they have a drive to want to do something about it, but the way that they have learned to think about it is in the realm of entertainment and comedy. So they talk about it, spectacle, I know, but they talk about it as if it's like a TV show or something, like a fandom, right? The two parties are Marvel versus DC or something. It's kind of the way people look at it, or it's rival sports teams, and that's kind of removed people's political consciousness to a degree. And we're not even talking about class consciousness. We're talking about just an awareness of how politics functions, right? So I think that while Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert probably were well-intentioned with their satire and their parodies mocking the ridiculousness of the system, I think that in the long run they might have had a more negative impact. Not to say they had no positive impact, but I think that they've certainly had more of a negative impact than they wanted to or realized they were having. But that's my take on all that stuff, briefly. Let's see, what's chat saying? We have this argument around satire too, if satire is okay, if it serves only to diffuse tensions. Yeah, that's... I think there's also arguments about, like, effective satire versus satire that fails. But yeah, I think he realized that at a certain point, probably why he left the show and started doing more serious stuff. Yeah, and also Trevor Noah is, like, kind of embracing being a part of the, you know, of the political machine and, like, manufacturing consent and all that. And I'm not going to go pull up his rant about how striking miners deserve to be gunned down in South Africa, but if you want to see that, look up Trevor Noah Americana miner strike on YouTube. Pretty sure there's still some videos up showing him being like just the biggest bootlicker ever. But yeah, like the fact that those shows have been completely recuperated now, I think shows, and also just how readily it happened, I think shows that they weren't very subversive, if at all, in the first place. Still a sock dim though, one of the good ones. Is Jon Stewart a sock dim? Is that who you're talking about? Farther left than I would have thought. Stewart recognized himself though. Yeah, he's been hitting that in some interviews. That's cool. He seems like a good person, like at a personal level, but that's kind of separate from how you function as a political actor. Look up his question to Hillary about Epstein. What, Trevor Noah's or Jon Stewart's? Also, I think Colbert is probably sort of well-intentioned, but also a careerist. Trevor's question to Hillary about Epstein. I'm not gonna do that on stream because that seems a little spicy for Twitch, but yeah, that I imagine that's pretty gross. I might have actually seen that. I'm not sure. But Colbert did that interview with Kamala Harris where he actually kind of pressed her about her being like a hypocrite. Where she was doing the primary debates and talking about how she was in that class in California that was being integrated into the schools, and that Joe Biden fought busing, and that like personally impacted her. But then she became his vice president, or at the time vice presidential running mate, and seemed to have no issue with it. And Colbert pressed her about that, and she made like just like excuses, saying that it was a debate, and basically, and so he's like, so then you didn't mean it, what you were saying. And I was surprised that he pressed her that much, but so I do think that he kind of is has good intentions, but just isn't very politically, you know, for as steep as they are in like the details. I think they're kind of missing the forest for the trees, and maybe don't have a very good political consciousness, even if they're well-intentioned. They're also, of course, they have a particular class position that they're acting out of. They're not going to question things that make them rich, right? Jon Stewart could at least be funny. Oh yeah, huge thing he has over Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah was extremely unfunny. Someone may be hiding his power level. It would be Colbert, I think. I could see that. He had some really incisive bits on his show at times, but I kind of doubt it. Yeah, class interests is like the big thing. They're not. None of them are gonna. I mean, like you really want to see how class interest plays out with like the media elite. Look at Bill Maher. He's like the most naked example of people who are just going to make excuses for what makes them rich, and then complain about everything else that they don't like. I don't think Jon Stewart's hiding his power level. He's a lib, but he's a relatively honest lib. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the truth. Colbert will definitely support the Dems no matter what. I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I don't really think that they're hiding their power levels, but I guess it's possible. If anybody is doing it, I could see like Colbert or maybe Stewart being the ones, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. Oh yeah, of course. Who doesn't hate Bill Maher at this point, other than like his sycophants? Colbert's from the South. He's not a total coastal lib. Yeah. I don't remember where he's from, but I don't know if it's the South, but it's not the coast. He's not a coastal elite type, right? I think he has a different perspective. He does. He obviously always did. But I don't know if it's enough to make Bill Maher went full. What do you mean went full on neocon? Bill Maher was always neocon. He just like, you know, he was like a rainbow neocon. You know, it's like the people who paint the trans flag on the drones or whatever. He was always like in favor of tolerance and stuff, but was like pretty hawkish with foreign policy and, you know, economic stuff. Bill Maher was always human garbage. I'm not going to argue with that. He's pretty awful. Yeah, let's stop talking about media personalities and actually read the news. It's 7:15 now. All right. So here's I'm just going to go, since nobody's posted news articles, I'm going to just go through News Anon's thread. I'm going to start reading headlines and posts in the chat if there's something that catches your eye. I'll open something that if it looks really interesting to me. His whole career has been shitting on the unwashed masses. Yeah, Bill Maher, right. Too much celeb talk, I agree. But hey, I'm experimenting with the format here, seeing what works. Even if celebs get lots of attention, I don't want to dwell on that too much because I want to be substantive here. All right. Vietnam elects new prime minister as Phuc becomes president. Mr. Phuc, who was widely praised for the country's successful handling of the coronavirus pandemic, became the first prime minister to be elected as president, according to the National Assembly. Communist Party General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong had been serving as president after the previous leader, Tran Dai Quang, died in office in 2018. I'll open that. That'll probably be a pretty quick read. Let's check. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very short. Actually, I'll just go ahead and read it because it's very short. I think it is pronounced just like fuck, right? Not like Fook or something. I think it's pronounced fuck. But I don't speak Vietnamese. Slapido Milosevic said, "Get your fuck on" with based Pepe. Vietnam's parliament elected Pham Minh Chinh, head of the Communist Party's Central Committee, as prime minister on Monday, replacing Nguyen Xuan Phuc, who was sworn in as the country's president. All right, so Phuc went from prime minister to president and then was replaced with Chin. I think that they put surnames last in Vietnamese, but I'm not sure. The prime minister clearly recognizes his responsibility in inheriting and promoting the achievements of the previous government, he said in his first speech after election. He pledged to firmly defend Vietnam's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Mr. Chin led a Communist Party of Vietnam delegation to Britain in 2018, visiting the Marx Memorial Library and holding talks with Communist Party of Britain leader Robert Griffiths. Mr. Phuc, who is widely praised for the country... I just can't. President Phuc. Sorry, I'm just a child. Mr. Phuc, who was widely praised for the country's successful handling of the coronavirus pandemic, became the first prime minister to be elected as president, according to the National Assembly. Communist Party General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong had been serving as president after the previous leader Tran Dai Quang died in office in 2018. At the end of March, the National Assembly appointed Hanoi Party leader Vuong Dinh Hue, 64, as its new chairman. So, also, a reminder, now President Phuc, then Prime Minister, all of them in Vietnam and the Vietnamese government did a good job with handling the pandemic. Just a thing to point out there. For as much crap as Vietnam gets from the West, sure did a good job keeping people from, dying en masse. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go off script here. I'm experimenting with this format a little bit, but let's look up Vietnam coronavirus numbers, just so people can see that. Let's see. Actually, I should just look up coronavirus by country. That's more demonstrative of the point. All right. here's a Wikipedia article. Pandemic by country and territory. Let's see. I got maps. Here we go. Here's a list, a chart. All right. It's resized the window, so here we go. Total cases and deaths. All right, so let's look at cases first. Most cases, United States, they should have, I think there isn't one for like rates, I guess, for like the rate per population. Maybe there's another. Total cases, death rates. Let's look at death rates. That's more indicative. Confirmed case rate by location. Okay, no. That's just total numbers. We want to list deaths per 100,000 population. That's the relevant thing. So up at the top, we've got Czech Republic, San Marino, Hungary, Montenegro. So a bunch of European countries. UK is way up there. United States is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th for deaths per 100,000 population. And let's just put in Vietnam. Oh, look at that. Like almost at the bottom for the world. Eritrea doesn't have numbers, but on the list, it's third from the bottom for the rate of death per population. 0.04 deaths per 100,000 population. So it would have 4 people out of every 10 million in Vietnam died. I think that's right? So like one more zero would be a million. Yeah, 10 million. 4 people out of every 10 million died. Compared to the US, 169.82 versus 0.04. Let me just pull up a calculator real fast. It's 169.82. 169.82 divided by 0.04. 4,245 and a half times the death rate. So 4,000 times the death rate in the United States over Vietnam. Just something to think about. Just a little factoid. And yes, right. The USA is number 1 in terms of deaths and cases, I believe. Just raw numbers, not per capita, but raw numbers. It's number 1. So hey, the US is finally number 1 at something, right? They have this one British. So they're talking about Vietnam. They had this one British tourist on blood transfer machines for like 2 months to save his life, while his buddies and landlord already went on to evict him from his apartment because they thought he wouldn't make it. I don't know if that's true, but wow. And the updates want to be famous. Oh, somebody's posting spam in my Twitch chat, whatever. Lives and Gods wanted to game crisis for maximum advantage. Yeah. Actually doing something would be anathema to their governing strategy right now. Yeah. Having a crisis is very useful for getting people to vote one way or another. It's a big motivator. It's also the whole thing where you've got pharmaceutical companies who have copyright or not have patents on or trade secrets on these vaccines. So they're fighting the third world being able to make generic versions and save people because they want to be able to sell people the vaccines. But there's like a limit on how many they can produce at a time, which means that they're pumping out vaccines in their own country, and eventually they're going to be able to move on to the rest of the world. And they want to be able to sell to that market instead of letting people, make the generic version and save people's lives. So who knows how many people are going to die in the intervening time because of that. And people talk about 100 million deaths in the 20th century under communism, but then like capitalism does that shit. Come on. Eugene's got something. The advantage of Vietnam is that their government is a lot more competent and isn't marking cases to obscure how hospitals are being defunded. We've got the story about the British patient. Same metric of BBC, 100 million every 5 years. Yeah. I have that infographic somewhere. I don't need to pull it up right now, but yeah, if you compared the like unnecessary deaths, even just assuming that the 100 million thing about communism is true, which it's not, even if you assume that that's like completely true, if you do like an apples to apples comparison, there's way more deaths from totally unnecessary causes under capitalism. Just not profitable to feed all those people, to cure them or whatever else, you know. Not to mention the wars fought for oil and shit like that. So yeah, here's from the BBC. Here's the article. It's a little long, but I'll pull it up to show the headline and all this. This is from 27th June 2020. Patient 91, how Vietnam saved a British pilot and kept a clean COVID-19 sheet. If I'd been almost anywhere else on the planet, I'd be dead. They would have flicked the switch after 30 days, said Stephen Cameron from his hospital bed. The 42-year-old Scottish pilot spent 68 days on a ventilator, thought to be a longer stretch of time than any patient in the UK. He did so not in a hospital in his hometown of Motherwell, but in Vietnam's sprawling and hectic Ho Chi Minh City, with no close friends or family for thousands of miles. Cameron, the last COVID-19 patient in an intensive care unit, the last one in an intensive care unit in Vietnam, has been the sickest doctors have had to deal with during the outbreak. The country, home to 95 million people. Hold on, let me do some quick math. 95 million divided by 100,000. So 950 times 0.04. They had like 38 people died of COVID. I think they did that math right. Let me do that again. 95 million divided by 100,000 is 950, right? Multiply that by 0.04. 38 people. That just doesn't sound right. I didn't know there were that many people in Vietnam. Yeah, it's higher than I thought it was. But it's a coastal country. It's got some pretty fertile land there. Lots of access to fishing and stuff. Yeah. In only a few hundred confirmed cases, single-digit ICU admissions, and not a single recorded death at this time. So rare was a case of Cameron's severity in Vietnam, every minute detail of his recovery was reported in national newspapers and on TV news bulletins. Also, the fact that he was, a foreigner probably helped make it more notable. But at least the time they had a clean sheet. Yeah, no, they had a really good record comparative to everybody else. All right, I think that's enough. You get the idea. They made a really big deal about it. Doctors from hospitals across Vietnam discussing patient 91's condition. I guess they're calling him patient 91 because he was the 91st COVID patient they had at the time in June 2020. So not too long into the pandemic, but long enough that you would think they'd have 3-digit numbers at least. So yeah. Yeah, it goes through the whole story for him. I'm not going to read all of it, but you get the idea. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. One death is a tragedy. 555,000 deaths are a statistic. Yeah, right. That's kind of how people are treating it, People were worried about COVID when it was my grandma or whatever. But then once it's huge numbers start happening, they kind of got bored of it. They didn't like staying indoors. We gotta get back to brunch. We gotta go out and we gotta go to the restaurants and the bars. They are next to China after all. Yeah, Vietnam is very close to China. I don't think. Let me pull up a map. I don't think that Vietnam shares a border with China. Do they? Oh, yeah, they do. That's right. They're like the northern part is up there. It's not a big border, but yeah, they do reach all the way to the top of Indochina. Yeah, there's like a narrow part. Yeah, them and Laos. Laos is the one that barely has a border there, and then Thailand doesn't. Okay, so they do have a significant border with China. Vietnam seems like a small country to think it's about as populous as Mexico and 2.5 times as populous as Canada. Well, Canada's tundra, so like outside of the cities, Canada is extremely sparsely populated. But yeah. Oh, okay. So here's actually, I'm going to get to this story in a bit. Maoists issue statements, say their fight is not against security forces. This is, yeah, in India. The statement claimed that 28 Maoists have been killed in the last 4 months, according to the country, and they've been able to kill or injure nearly 100 policemen during the same time. It cautioned Maoists over the newer technology being used by the state and urged them to be cautious when engaging with it. The Maoists have also called for a nationwide ban on April 26th in support of farmers' protests against 3 farm laws passed in September. Hindustan Times, yeah. India News Maoist, yeah. So this is a continuation of the other story, which I'll get to in a bit. I wanted to cover that because there was like another skirmish that happened. Yeah, from yesterday, Maoist insurgents killed 23 Indian forces in an ambush. So there's like an ongoing conflict there, and I wanted to cover that in a little bit more detail. So I'll get back to that later, I think. Czech communists vow to withdraw support for PM Babi's government. Even if communist lawmakers support any future vote of no confidence, the coalition comprising Babi's ANO party and the Social Democrats might still survive, as opposition parties have spoken against toppling it so near to an election. All right, so that might be turning into some kind of more, I don't know, more direct conflict between, let's see how long this is, a direct conflict between the Czech government and the Communist Party. Might be turning into a turn away from elections toward something else. In Czechoslovakia. Or no, not, fuck. The Czech Republic. God damn it, I just showed how old I am. The Czech Communist Party's leadership has voted to withdraw support for the minority cabinet led by Prime Minister Andrej Babis. 2 senior party sources told Reuters on Tuesday. The vote means that Babis' coalition government loses its parliamentary majority 6 months ahead of an election, but does not pose an immediate threat to its survival. Okay, so this is like endangering the current party in power in the government. So that is actually significant, even just within electoralism. I thought this meant that they were going to like declare the Czech government like illegitimate and do like a people's war or something. I didn't realize that they were part of like a coalition. Yeah, okay. The communists are not formally part of the ruling coalition, but have lent their support in parliament, right? Which makes them technically, like, pragmatically, de facto part of it. With the election looming, they have sought to distance themselves from the cabinet, which has refused to back some of the requests, such as reduction in military spending. I wonder how big the Czech Republic's military is. Spokesman for the Communist Party said the chairman, Wojtek Filip, would meet Babis on Wednesday to discuss their future relationship. Even if communist lawmakers support any future vote of no confidence, the coalition comprising Babis, ANO Party, and the Social Democrats might survive, as opposition parties have spoken against toppling it so near to an election. They also fear such a move would hand power to President Miloš Zeman to appoint a new government. Zeman wants to speed up a tender for a new nuclear power station and say Russia should be invited to take part, despite protests from the Czech security services and center-right opposition. Opposition leaders have said they fear Zeman may repeat his action of 2013 when he appointed a government of his allies, which ruled for half a year without the consent of the parliament. Reporting by Robert Mueller. That's kind of a funny coincidence that he's got the name. Writing by John. Yeah, okay. So that might be. It's kind of an interesting case because, like, sometimes you do have how many people are in Vietnam? 95 million. That's kind of an interesting case because they're not like a big player, but they do have power. They do have pull, and it shows that you can, have some power in electoral politics, but probably anything that's like to the far left is going to be restricted to stuff like that. Pulling those kinds of gambits. If you get too close to having real power, you're going to get shut down. And it depends on the country, too. So they have the ability to form coalitions in parliament, which is a really big deal. Other places don't have something like that. Yeah, I was surprised how many people live in Vietnam. So much for communism causing countries to starve, right? Let's see. Maoist Center strips 4 ministers who have sided with Oli of party membership. This is Nepal again? Maoist Center has registered its decision at the Parliament Secretariat, and the decision will be informed at the meeting of the Parliament, a Secretary of the Federal Parliament told the Post, on condition of anonymity. Once the Speaker informs the Parliament about the decision, they will be relieved of their post as lawmakers. Yeah, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist Center, doesn't identify the people in that picture, has suspended 4 ministers in KP Sharma Oli government from the party's general membership, and decision has been registered at the Secretariat of Federal Parliament today. I covered this story earlier. Hey, Simone. Oh, nice. We got 15 people. Hey, everybody. Yeah, the decision has been registered at the Secretariat of Federal Parliament today. With the decision of the party, Energy Minister Top Bahadur Rayamaji, Industry Minister Lekraj Bata, Urban Development Minister Prabhu Sa, and Labor Minister Gauri Shankar Chaudhary will now lose their positions as lawmakers. Yeah. So there was like internal conflict in this party about people wanting to be able to do like dissent, and it's come to a head and they're being kicked out. Since the lawmakers refused to abide by party's decision and furnish clarifications as for the Central Committee's decision of March 14th and 15th, the party has decided that they, Rayamaji, Bata, Sa, and Chaudhary, have abandoned the party as per Political Parties Act of 2017, states the letter registered at the Parliament Secretariat signed by Party Chair Pushpa Kamal Dahal. The party has also decided to strip their party general membership. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's too much detail we need to go over here. Basically, they were saying that the Central Party was not allowing dissent, and as a result, they wanted to try to like open up the opportunity for them to dissent with the leadership of the party. And as a result, the leadership said, "You're trying to split us," and now they're kicking them out. Kind of predictable, I guess. The 4 leaders, however, can continue as ministers for 6 months, but they must become lawmakers if they wish to continue more than that. So I guess they like have a road back in. Maoist Center has registered its decision as at the Parliament Secretariat, and the decision will be informed at the meeting of Parliament. The Secretary of it's just technical stuff. And once the speakers informs the Parliament of the decision, they will be relieved of their position as lawmakers. All right, here's the positions. Rayamaji, Bata, and Sa are Central Committee members of the party, so high-ranking members who were trying to dissent from, like, I don't think I forget the name, but I don't think the article is named the leader of the party. And they're getting kicked out still, so seems a little unstable. But while Chaudhary was a province committee member of the Maoist Center, besides the 4 ministers, standing committee members Ram Bahadur Thapa, Home Minister, and Mani Thapa, Water Supply Minister, Central Member Dawa Lama, Youth Minister, have also defected to Oli-led CPN UML. 7 ministers were nominated to UML Central Committee on March 12th. So, all those different Maoist parties are not cooperating. Let me check, see if somebody... Alright, nobody's posted over there in the chat. Alright. Just wanted to cover that briefly because I put that on before. Israeli forces kill Palestinian man at West Bank flying checkpoint. Israeli forces shot and killed a Palestinian man and injured his wife in the early hours of Tuesday morning as the pair were on their way home to their village of Bidu, northwest of Jerusalem in the occupied. I'll go through that again. Israeli forces shot and killed a Palestinian man and injured his wife in the early hours of Tuesday morning as the pair were on their way home to their village of Bidu, northwest of Jerusalem in the occupied West Bank. Osama Mansour, 42, and his wife Sumaya, 35, were on their way home around 2:30 a.m. when they were stopped at a flying checkpoint outside the neighboring village Al-Jib, where Israeli sources were conducting a search and arrest operation. Oh, I think I got disconnected from the side tube is all. Hopefully it didn't interrupt the stream too much. I mean, I don't know. I'll see if this is a short one, but at this point, this is all kind of routine. All right, well, here's Osama Mansour. Did not show his wife. Father of 5 was shot and killed after he'd been told by soldiers to drive off. Okay, his wife was only injured though. But Osama Mansour died, and his wife Sumaya Mansour was injured. In an interview with news channel Palestine TV, Sumaya Mansour said that Israeli soldiers stopped her and her husband's car at the checkpoint and told them to turn off the vehicle, which she said they did. Then they told us to turn the car back on and leave, and so we drove off. And then they all started firing bullets at us, she said from her hospital bed in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Yeah. And just a reminder, the whole thing with George Floyd and the knee on the neck, that maneuver was taught to Minneapolis police by flying them out to Israel to be trained by the IDF. Yeah. After the soldiers checked their IDs and their names in the system and searched their entire car, the soldiers deemed that they were not a threat and told them to turn their car on and pass. Imran Mansour, 57, a cousin and neighbor of Osama, told Middle East Eye. They'd barely made it a few meters when the soldiers started firing at them from all directions, Imran Mansour said, recounting testimony he heard from Sumaya and other eyewitnesses. The Palestinian Authority condemned the atrocious crime, calling it just one in a long and ongoing series of extrajudicial executions committed by Israeli forces. The Israeli military said in a statement that the Mansour's vehicle accelerated toward a group of soldiers in a way that endangered their lives, and that the soldiers responded with gunfire to thwart the threat. Yeah, dangerously driving away from somebody. I mean, they said that they drove toward them, but like, come on. This is absolutely ridiculous, Imran Mansour told MEE. Why would a father of 5 children with his wife in the car try to commit an attack while they were on their way home back to their children? Yeah. No medical attention, according to testimony Sumaya made to Palestine TV. Moments after the soldiers fired at her car, she called out to her husband, who asked her if she was injured. Seconds later, she said, he fell into her lap and the car started swerving. The car was going left and right, so I started to steer it until I found a group of young men in front of me and stopped so they could help us, she said. According to Imran Mansour, the young men put the couple in their private vehicles and drove them to the local clinic in Bidu. The couple were then transferred to a hospital in the city of Ramallah, where Osama was pronounced dead. Yeah. Osama was hit with 2 bullets in the head, Imran Mansour said, adding that Sumaya was injured with bullet fragments but was in a stable condition and had requested to be released from the hospital back to her home as early as Tuesday afternoon. As of early Tuesday afternoon. Jesus. Yeah. I mean, that kind of stuff keeps happening, you know. I don't know if there's more you can say about it other than to try to, like, show the names of the people that it's happening to and keep reminding people about it. But, yeah, nothing's changing there. Iran hails constructive nuclear deal talks but dismisses offer of $1 billion asset release to halt uranium enrichment. Iran has rejected U.S. proposals to suspend its 20% uranium enrichment in return for unfreezing $1 billion of their assets. And, like, just think about that for a second, that you've got one country that's holding hostage another country's funds, which are apparently in U.S. dollars, meaning that they're not, like, what do you call it? It's not money that's being printed by Iran. It's not Iran's currency, that they're dependent on somebody else to issue currency. Yeah. Tehran's chief negotiator said after a first round of talks to reinstate the 2015 nuclear deal, negotiator Abbas Araghchi, who is also Iran's deputy foreign minister, revealed the development after negotiations in Vienna on Tuesday, which he said were constructive, according to the Iranian state-run news network Press TV. Yeah, so of course they're not gonna want to cooperate with that kind of bullshit. They're getting jerked around and they know it. The municipality of Brazil asks Bolivia to help with COVID-19 tests. Would you look at that? Let me make sure my stream health is looking okay. All right. Something looked like it dropped off for a second there. All right. Oh, dropped down to 8 viewers. Maybe I did drop it. People got disconnected. Yeah, it looks like. It looks like something is messed up a little bit. Try switching. My Wi-Fi connection was a little messed up there. All right, maybe that'll help. All right, so yeah, Brazil wants Bolivia's help with, or a municipality of Brazil wants Bolivia's help with COVID-19 tests. Authorities from the municipality of Guajará-Mirim, Brazil, in the state of Rondônia, asked their peers in Guajará-Mirim, Bolivia, to help their citizens access COVID-19 detection tests, as per reports of an official source. So things are so bad in. All right, I switched my connection. I'm using Wi-Fi, but I switched my connection, so it should be okay. It better. I was on a weaker one, and I think that this one's better. Yeah, so things are so bad in capitalist Brazil dealing with COVID-19 that they're asking socialist Bolivia for help. Yeah, Brazil is another really, really bad country for COVID. They're number 2 for, I think, like total cases and deaths. Not per capita, but total. Let's see. I'll get through the end of this post and then France investigates secret restaurants for Paris elite. Do they need to be secret? Can't they just be expensive? I don't get it. Champagne lobster. I mean, maybe they're doing something illegal. Champagne lobster, no masks. That's what a French TV documentary says is on the menu at one of multiple high-end clandestine restaurants. Back in the day, you know, that you had stuff like speakeasies or whatever, where people would go to drink, or, you know, other things like that, where people do like illegal, consume illegal substances or whatever. But I think this is just a restaurant like Lobsters, and they're flouting the mask thing. I'd like to hear more about this one. Which one? The Parisian one or the Brazil one? Finish reading the clandestine restaurants. Like, that's so French too, isn't it? Like, we are going to have a secret restaurant where we can eat whatever we want without having to wear a mask. Also, isn't the stereotype with like these clandestine rich people getaways that they put masks on usually? It's kind of a funny subversion. Both are interesting. Was talking about France. All right, I'll read the whole French one in a shitty French accent. How about that? France investigates secret restaurants for Paris elite by Angela Charlton. Paris via Associated Press. Yeah, I bet they do spread. I bet these things do spread coronavirus like crazy. It was like, I remember that there was some super spreader event toward the end of Trump's time in the U.S. And they like keep doing this, even though people are dying from it. Like Herman Cain was so loyal to Donald Trump that he went to a rally and got COVID and died. And his Twitter continues to spread like anti-mask crap or whatever now, I think. New York, a lot of the early people were rich, lol. Yeah. I mean, people who think... That's the thing, is like... COVID seems to not exclusively, but disproportionately affect people who are like risk takers. And rich people tend to believe that they're above that sort of danger. So, makes sense. It makes sense that you would see more rich people getting COVID. These people are taking planes all the time, right? Yeah. The super rich love to fly around on their private planes. So often they would end up in like, you know, confined spaces with other people. And also traveling, you know, the wider an area that you cover, the more exposure you potentially get. Yeah, well, at least at first. Well, no, yeah, COVID, of course, has spread to be everywhere now. Yeah, all right, so Paris via Associated Press. Champagne, lobster, and no masks. That is what a French TV documentary says is on the menu at one of multiple high-end clandestine restaurants catering to the Paris elite, in violation of nationwide pandemic restrictions. What's even more shocking to the newly confined French public and exhausted medical staff, oh god, I'm turning German now, is that one organizer claimed government ministers are among those who attend. Yeah, I slipping into German. French authorities are investigating the accusations, and government members scramble to insist they are behaving properly. Anti-capitalist activists and critics of President Emmanuel Macron are convinced and plan a protest Tuesday, advertised on social networks under the banner "Let's Eat the Rich" at one of the alleged street venues. The Paris prosecutor's office said Monday that an investigation was opened Sunday into possible charges of endangerment and undeclared labor. They really got to do that shit too. It's not enough to just be like, like, you're rich, you could pay them. What the fuck? Just the audacity of these fuckers. And to identify the organizers and participants of the alleged gatherings. A documentary that aired on French network M6 over the weekend included a man saying that he had eaten in 2 or 3 clandestine restaurants with a certain number of ministers. The prosecutor's office said Monday that the investigation is continuing despite reports that the man featured in the documentary had retracted his claim. Oh shit, I'm starting to go German again, fuck. I know, right? A certain number of ministers. That does sound very French, does it not? Read the coming insurrection on stream, but all dude, oh shit, you're tempting me to do that right now. I forget how long that book is. I read part of it during the George Floyd riots as a joke, sort of as a joke, while people were like over people rioting. That was very fun. Let me see, let me actually pull that up, see how long it is. I'm tempted, I'm very tempted. Shit, which folder did I put that in? It's just cool. It's, where is it? Invisible Committee, or did I sort it under Comité Invisible? Yeah, oh shit, I forget where I put that. Oh no, it's in this folder. Invisible Committee, yeah. Oh, it's 42 pages, that's too long. I can't read that on stream right now. Zeke, oh shit. Alright, whatever, I'll do that. I'm not gonna fuck with that right now. I could probably do it in a day. Yeah, maybe I'll do that on Saturday or something, just to fuck around. Yeah, 42 pages isn't long, but I don't want to do that in the middle of reading the news. But yeah, this is just nuts. So we were at a certain number of ministers. Where was it? I think it's here. At one venue, white-gloved waiters presented fixed-price menus running from 160 to 490 euros, around 190 to $575 per person, whose offerings included champagne truffles with foie gras and a lobster in ginger sauce. I mean, you might as well go all out if you're doing one of these clandestine restaurants. Oh my god. One host said guests don't wear masks, despite France's indoor mask requirements. Because it's a private club, we want people to feel at home. In another venue, reportedly offering a €220, $260 meal, Jesus. Visitors in elegant attire shared cheek kisses. And strolled a red carpet. I get that it's France, but like, Jesus Christ. You amid COVID, you're doing cheek kisses. For real. God damn. I can't get over how clownish this stuff is. How on the nose. Wow. French restaurants have been closed since October to slow the spread of the coronavirus, and the country just entered a new partial lockdown in response to intensive care units again filling with COVID-19 patients. I'm getting sick of this. There's no point in going to work, said Michelle Ferret, a nurse providing home care to virus patients in the town of Creil, north of Paris. She noted that a clandestine restaurant in a working-class district of Creil was also recently shut down. I feel like there's more of a point going to work because of how many people are getting sick, but like I get the whole like burnout thing, like geez. Smurf Festival? What the fuck? Alright, well this is just too silly. I gotta show this one for a second, at least. This is also France. It was the chance to say that we are alive. France hosted a record-breaking Smurf festival amid the escalating coronavirus epidemic. I mean, the U.S. is bad, but jeez. People dressed as Smurfs attend a record-setting gathering of the blue Belgian comic characters in Landerneau, France on March 7th, 2020. Oh, this is 2020. Okay. A little less ridiculous than I thought it was at first. This is March 2020 though, so this is before people realized how bad it was, but yeah. Just for the headline, yeah. But it's still funny. It's funny, but it's not as bad as I thought it was at first. Just needed to establish a little context there. This story, this is terrible. Wow. We are alive. Yeah. Cheek kisses and stroller record French. Yeah, filling it with COVID. Oh yeah. I'm getting sick of. Oh no, I already read that part too. Yeah. We're almost to the end. Let them go to restaurants, she told the Associated Press, but warns that no one, including top officials, has special protection from the virus. Government spokesman Gabriel Attal said ministers have a duty to be totally irreproachable and exemplary. Speaking on the LCI television Sunday, God damn it, I'm already getting into German again. Speaking on LCI television Sunday night, God, I don't even know what that is. Attal said authorities have been investigating reports of underground parties and restaurants for months, and 200 suspects have been identified and faced heavy punishment. You could just not do this. This is like, just don't do it. You know. Sounds like your accent's going on. Yeah, my accent is going all over the place. I'm not practiced in French accents at all. When asked by the AP last month how many government officials had been fined for violating virus restrictions, Prime Minister Jean Castex refused to give a breakdown, instead listing the number of fines issued to the overall French public. Well, it sounds like that's a big embarrassment if they're not even going to tell people how bad that is. Wow. For those who are caught, the endangerment charge carries a potential prison term and fines of 15,000 euros, $17,600, while participants face fines of 135 euros, $160 for violating curfew and another 135 euros for not wearing masks. The restaurant revelations came as France's health minister warned Monday that the number of COVID-19 patients in the country's intensive care units could reach the level of the first crisis a year ago. Wow, so they're like, it's so bad there that they're like almost going to peak again, like that's nuts. Why do they have to, like, that's just, you know, it would be like just funny if the only people who were hurt by this kind of stuff were the people doing it. But like, this is going to spread on, this is going to spread on to other people too, you know. All right. I'll just finish it. Restaurant revelations came as France's health minister warned Monday that the number of COVID-19 patients at the country's intensive care units could reach a level of the first crisis a year ago. France has reported more virus infections than any European country, and among the world's highest death tolls at 96,650. That's... I'll just briefly read the one from Brazil and Bolivia. From Prince Latina. Municipality of Brazil asked Bolivia for help with COVID-19 tests. How long is it? Oh, very short. I'll just read the whole thing. La Paz, April 5th, Prince Latina. Authorities from the municipality of Guajara Mirim, Brazil, in the state of Rondônia asked their peers in Guayana in Bolivia to help their citizens access COVID-19 detection tests as per reports of an official source. We sent a note to the Bolivian Ministry of Health informing the Brazil's request that their citizens may submit to the nasal antigen test as soon as they cross the border due to the lack of support from their government and lack of supplies, explained the president of the Municipal Council of Guayana, Janeth Cuellar. This situation was made known during the bilateral meeting last week to coordinate joint tasks against SARS-CoV-2 virus. Cuellar said in a statement to Bolivia TV. At the meeting, the Bolivian representatives stated that in the face of the threat of the entry of new strains of the disease, Brazilian citizens must present a negative test for COVID-19 to pass to and from Bolivia, she said. However, this was rejected by Brazil due to the cost of the test and the lack of support from the current. Okay, so it's because it's coming about as a result of travel restrictions then. Lack of support from the current administration of President Jair Bolsonaro. Cuellar remarked this morning on television, "We thank President Luis Arce for the efforts he's making to give vaccines free of charge to all Bolivians," she stressed. Bolivia announced on April 1st the closure of the border with Brazil for 7 days due to the epidemiological situation, with the head of the state extending the application of biosafety measures and actions aimed at reducing COVID-19 infections since the end of March up until the 30th of this month. Yeah, so Brazil is a mess right now. I have not been what one might call socially responsible when it comes to COVID. Yeah, me personally, I try to avoid any unnecessary contact or excursions going out or whatever. I'm one of the last people who's going to get vaccinated because there's I don't have any preconditions or whatever. And I'm not in a public facing position or anything like that, so. But there's so few people where I am getting the vaccine because it's a pretty red area. I probably could arrange to get one of those excess ones because if they don't get used, they get thrown away. So that's all happening too. Whole thing's a mess. Yeah, public transit is probably the worst way of spreading it because you're in such close proximity to people in an enclosed, very enclosed space, more so than public eating. I've not been to a restaurant. I'm not going to a restaurant or anything like that until this shit's over. But that's me. Some places it might be safer, but yeah. Yeah, side effects seem to be all over the place. Some shots give people crazy side effects, and some people don't get any. So. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how long this is going with all these new strains, these mutations coming out. It might be a while. All right. Ooh, okay, this is big. Rioters hurl petrol bombs at police trucks at roadblock amid post-Brexit unrest in Northern Ireland. Was not thinking that would be popping off again, but there you go. People are also outraged that authorities declined to prosecute politicians from the pro-EU Republican Sinn Féin party for attending the funeral of Bobby Storey, a former Provisional Irish Republican Army fighter. The event drew around 2,000 people in Belfast last June, despite the fact a maximum of 30 were allowed to attend funerals under COVID-19 regulations. Yeah, let's see about it. It says they have a video, so oh, it missed. Oh, no, that bounced off. It looks like they threw two that missed and then one bounced off. Yeah, it missed. Missed, bounced off. So they look like Molotovs or something. Actually, let's just replay that one more time, because... Okay, didn't lead... You need, like, if you're going to aim something, you need to lead what you're aiming if it's moving. Otherwise, you'll just hit where it was a second ago. So, like, the first person who threw it, they were throwing it where it was at the moment, not where it was going to be. So, of course, they missed. And I think the second one did the same thing. Yeah, okay, look at this. Look at this. Completely missed. Like, come on. Now, just like in general, if you're throwing something and you're trying to hit a moving target, you throw where it's going to be, not where it is. Now, this third one did hit, but you see it bounces off. Which, to me, that indicates they're using, like, a glass bottle, I assume, and it didn't have enough speed for it to break. Probably what was going on there. So... This seems like really not a big deal because, like, they caught the street on fire, I guess. That's it. There's, like, broken glass in the street and a little bit of oil spilled. I mean, they tried, I guess, but this is so ineffective that it's almost a peaceful protest. Yeah, right, anyway. Rioters attacked dozens of police officers amid renewed unrest across Northern Ireland, where tensions are growing over Brexit and a UK-EU trade deal. Footage from RT's Rupley video agency shows a group of people hurling petrol bombs at passing police trucks in the unionist town of Carrickfergus near Belfast on Monday night. There are vids of cars actually getting hit. Okay, maybe they just picked one where, like, nothing happened. But yeah, this seems like... It seems like making a big deal out of that is, like, kind of silly. That looked like a couple of teenagers who had no idea what they were doing. The rider set up roadblocks and lit garbage containers on fire. A bottle that was used to make a Molotov cocktail can be seen lying on the grass. Anger has been brewing in Northern Ireland after a post-Brexit UK-EU trade deal imposed customs and border checks on some goods moving between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. Northern Ireland was effectively allowed to remain in the EU single market for goods in order to avoid the formation of a physical border between the region and the Republic of Ireland, an EU member state. Oh, there's more videos. That's the same one. That's just the same video again. Something's on fire, but I can't tell what. Okay, I see barriers there. There's people holding... But that's riot police, it looks like. Yeah, no, Carrickfergus. Hell of a name. Alright, so you got riot police and riot vehicles. Okay. That's more of a substantial thing. Well, yeah, I see it's heating up, this Brexit stuff. Things are not, people are realizing that it's fucking autoplay. There's a bit of cops in an unmarked vehicle getting carjacked somewhere. Oh, well, that sounds more significant. I guess it makes sense. They're not going to show any, like, serious stuff on the news, but yeah. People are also outraged. Authorities declined to prosecute politicians from the pro-EU. Yeah, okay, so another case of too many people going to an event. 2,000 people at this funeral when a maximum of 30 are allowed. Yeah, I can see why people are mad about that. Anger, according to UK media reports, anger toward police has been further inflamed by recent drug raids against the Southeast Antrim Ulster Defence Association, a criminal gang with ties to unionist paramilitaries, and the arrest of some of its members. Police have struggled to contain disturbances in recent days. Rioters threw petrol bombs and bricks at what law enforcement described as an orchestrated attack against officers. I mean, that didn't look too orchestrated, but okay. 27 officers were injured in 20. Okay, that's. They really aren't showing like the actual stuff that happened, it looks like. 27 officers were injured in riots in Belfast and Derry on Friday night, and 5 were hurt in Carrickfergus and Newton Abbey on Sunday. That's another article. That's just a picture. Police Service of Northern Ireland Chief Superintendent Davy Beck urged community leaders to help stop the violence, adding that he believed a group of disaffected criminal gangs was behind the attacks on officers. Police said rioters were mostly young people, including minors as young as 12, who were influenced by criminal elements. MP and spokesman for the Democratic Unionist Party Gregory Campbell also appealed for peace. Rioting and injuring rank-and-file officers will only result in young people being criminalized, he said. Wait, what? Young people being criminalized? You mean like individual people being made into criminals? That sounds like he's saying that being young is going to become like a criminal offense. It's usually how I see the word criminalized used. It's a strange statement. Almost sounds like a Freudian slip. Stop this now before lives are lost, Northern Ireland's Justice Minister Naomi Long tweeted. So she tweets a picture. A car on fire and like a booth or something. Easter Sunday is a celebration of the Christian gospel of love triumphant over hate, hope over despair, reconciliation over broken. She's citing reconciliation over brokenness to try to tell people to like stop protesting for unification of Ireland. Jesus. The images from across Northern Ireland today are instead of property destroyed, lives endangered. Stop. Not the property. Like, I love that she puts that first, right? Hold on, go back. There we go. She puts that first. Property destroyed, and then lives endangered. Like, come on. I'm not the only person who's like, just like, that just blows my mind that somebody's just that blatant about that. Just so brazen. Northern Ireland was a highly contentious issue during the Brexit vote, you think? In subsequent talks with the EU, the tensions risk compromising the key elements of the 1998 Good Friday Agreement, which ended the decades of violence in the region between the nationalists who seek a union with the Republic of Ireland and are mostly Catholic, and the unionists who support British rule and are mostly Protestant. Property destroyed before lives endangered. And like talking about how Easter's supposed to be about reconciliation over brokenness while defending an occupation. Come on. Unionists accusing unionists of being RA sympathizers. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Criminalize young people. Yeah. Unionists are mad because now they're in customs border. Now there is customs border between Northern Ireland and the UK mainland. Oh yeah, really? That's interesting. Tell me more about that, Bob Soviet. Northern Irish Nick Fuentes, where are you at? Oh my god. Was it a Union Party of Tories' confidence in supply for some time? I don't know. I'm not too up on the history of the Troubles and all that stuff. Wait, you three unionists? Oh, are they? Wait, so the people protesting are unionists? Why? What? Are they? This is weird. What? That's I'm sure there's some explanation for that, but yeah, does it say? I mean, it seems like it's just a bunch of like young people. Ulster Defense Association. That is so. What are they? What happened that they're protesting against then? This is weird. I mean, they're angry at the police because of drug raids, which I guess doesn't really have... Yeah, it ties to unionist paramilitaries. So what the fuck? They're just like... The occupation's going so poorly that even people who, like, support the occupation are mad at the enforcers, I guess. That's what it sounds like then. Jesus. I think that Brexit will cause a divide between Ireland and England. Well, okay, that's fair, I guess. It's probably true. Due to Brexit, Northern Ireland stayed de facto within the EU's customs zone to prevent a hard border emerging between both. That's a fucking really interesting aspect of that deal. I didn't know that. Huh. That's interesting. So yeah, that does really complicate shit, doesn't it? Huh. Nobody will actually build a physical border. Well, yeah. That's really interesting, though. Okay. Which meant that the territorial integrity of the UK has been compromised, right? Which makes unionists seethe because they see it as the first step to Irish unification. I mean, they might be right. I could see that as, like, eroding the current order. That's pretty fucking interesting. Wow. That's some ins and outs to that story, huh? So that sounds like one of those stories where it's like everybody you don't like is fighting each other and you just get to sit back and watch. That's fucking interesting. Brexit, the end of the Union. Yeah, as it turns out, Britain wasn't just leaving the European Union, they were leaving this mortal coil, this plane of existence entirely. That's funny. God, that's just another one of those things that's so bizarre and dumb. How did that even happen? Yeah. I could see that. That does seem like something that could lead to Irish reunification. That's nuts. Oh yeah, and so in response to the Vietnam story, uphold fuck thought. The president fuck. North Korea says it won't participate in Tokyo Olympics. North Korea became the first country to drop out of the Tokyo Olympics because of coronavirus fears, which is pretty legitimate. A decision that underscores the challenges facing Japan as it struggles to stage a global sporting event amid a raging pandemic. Maybe just hold off on the Olympics for a while. Like, I don't know when it was that the Greeks did the last Olympics before they started doing the modern ones. There was a gap of like a few centuries there where they just didn't do the Olympics. We can hold off for a couple of years while this coronavirus shit gets sorted out, right? Come on. Gibraltar has joined the Schengen zone, for example, and British citizens will have to go through immigration to fly there now. God. Oh. That's... Brexit is such a bonehead move. That's nuts. Everything about the Brexit story is just so silly. Like and it was so bad that like Corbyn, or not, was it Corbyn, was he supportive of it, or who was it that wanted to do another referendum? They're basically like overriding the vote, the popular vote. There was, I think it might have just been the Labour Party in general. But like, yeah, that fucked them up too. Even though like it was a bad idea because it was overriding what the people voted for. That was a terrible PR move. It's just like it's blowing up like everything. Everything that comes near Brexit is just turning to shit. While EU citizens will be able to cross into Gibraltar with zero immigration control, Brexit really fucked up the UK. Yeah, imagine having to go through immigration to fucking leave Gibraltar to go to Spain, to go to Spain. It was complicated. Big split in labor. Reason, I know it's the reason they lost the election, because they flip-flopped. That's right. That's what it was. Now I remember that. Because they were like trying to figure out what fucking stance to take on it, because it's a terrible idea, but you know, if you say we need to like redo this vote, you're saying fuck what the people want. Funny because Corbyn got elected first as an MP on an anti-EU platform. Oh yeah. It's another layer to the whole thing. He was a Benite. Anti-EU was their bread and butter until recently. Yeah. Well, yeah, until like they realized, oh wait, they're actually going to vote to leave the EU. Oh no. Yeah. All right. I don't think we need to like go too deep in the North Korea article. There was the good article on the Maoists in India seemed good, but I want to cover the previous day's story first. Oh, shit. I did not see the fucking chat. Damn. Yeah, somebody wants to come on. Yeah. It might be too late for that now though. But yeah, I'll put that back in the Matrix. We can get on. Let's see if damn. Yeah, these little things are too small for me to see the notifications when they pop up. Yeah, if I don't respond to a request to join the chat, in like Matrix, post in the SciTube or something to get my attention. Because sometimes it's hard for me to see the tiny little emblem that's like, hey, there's an update in this thread. Yeah, if it's not too late, we can do a voice call. All right. I'll go ahead and pop in then. Let me actually turn the virtual camera on. There we go. So now they can see me. Let's see. I'll hold up on this for a minute then. All right. I'll just go ahead and start reading the next post while we wait. Yeah, so people are happy about President fucking Vietnam. Oh shit, I forgot to check if people are asking for stream. Damn, a lot of people posted in this thread before News Anon got to the second post. French porkies and aristocrats have ostentatious parties while Ziplols die and are locked down exhausted. Macron is digging his own grave. Yeah. I can see people getting mad at him for that. Yeah, President fuck is just... That's just funny. You can't tell me that's not funny. Can't wait for Macron to become the next Empereur de France. Yeah. I mean, didn't he like say he's a Jupiterian and shit? And have like all these ridiculous pretense attached to his presidency. Maybe he'll try to use the coronavirus as an opportunity to do some dumb bullshit like that. Ooh, there we go. Build the wall, Joe. Biden's administration may resume some construction on Trump's border wall, media says. That's according to a readout of the meeting seen by the Washington Times, a conservative-leaning news site. According to the report, Mayorkas told yeah, the ICE officials that while no new wall will be built, the Biden administration can still work on gaps, gates, and areas where the wall has been completed, but the technology has not been. What the fuck does that even mean? The wall has been completed, but the technology has not been implemented. What the fuck? Yeah, Jules is saying harm reduction. Harm reduction. I'm gonna reduce. And yeah, Bob Soviet says, holy shit, LMAO, voot. And Jules says, voot blue. Ugh, ugh. Yeah, I'm voting. Yeah, God. It's like everything, I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. We need to just keep banging that drum. Like, what the fuck is different? Like, I'm glad that AOC went so mask off about this shit, and I pulled up that video the other day. Like, maybe people are starting to get it. It's just it's like the two parties are good cop, bad cop routine. There's the one that's supposed to look bad and scare you, and then the other one is the one that does like a bunch of actual work because they get you to trust them. That's what the scam is. That's all it is. It's very simple. Can we get an emote? Oh, I should make a vooding emote. Yes. I feel like I'd have to make an original one and then host it on the Buru though, because it's just I don't know if there'd be something that would be appropriate. I have to think of what the voting emote would be. It'd have to be like, I guess, somebody putting the ballot into the box, like a Wojak or something, I guess. I don't know. Democratic child captive. Yeah, right. Somebody, I just like retweeted, somebody like had said something like that. Let me find it because it was like a parody of the old George Carlin bit about soft language. Yeah. Used to be, kids would cross the wall and get thrown in concentration camps. But now, unaccompanied minors violate the boundary marker and get escorted to overflow facilities. Good thing elections have consequences. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect use of the, like, it's crazy how that George Carlin joke is still relevant about soft language. Oh my god. AOC's a damn horror show now. Yeah, at first I thought she was an idiot. No, AOC was always an operator. She always knew what she was doing. She pulled stuff off of her campaign website right after she got elected. She knew what was up. Hey, what's up? We're live right now. Unless you want me to mute you.
Can you hear me? Do I sound okay?
You sound good. And you're live on stream.
Cool. All right. Hi, everyone.
Yeah,
all right.
You want to introduce yourself? I never introduced myself. I always forget to do that.
Okay, yeah. This is Simone. I've been in chat for a second. Now I'm on stream. Hi, Eugene. Nice to see you. It's always good to see you inside, too. Always makes me smile.
Yeah, I guess Eugene came back from the community that shall not be named.
Eugene's moving around. Eugene is experimenting with potentially their own community, I believe. His own community.
Well, that sounds interesting.
Which would actually be kind of sick. I don't know. The one nice thing about like Discord is they have these really big voice chats, which are pretty fun, even just to listen in on.
Yeah, pretty chaotic, probably.
Yeah, sometimes interesting. Anyway, where are we at?
I was starting on the second News Anon post, but there's a story from yesterday about the Maoists in India, and a story from today about that, which I thought might be good to go over because that's like a big thing.
Yeah, I have today's one out.
All right. Yeah, I've also got.
This seems interesting because it's a statement. What was it yesterday?
Yesterday was like another skirmish. Maoist insurgents killed 23 Indian forces in ambush, officials say. This is New York Times. This was yesterday's News Anon thread. It was the first post, I think. Yeah. Let me post the link to the thread in the chat now, so you can grab that if you want. Let me link the actual article directly to you, though. There you go. Jacobin is glowy. Yeah, Jacobin's a little bad. let's not get too into that. Let's cover this story because this looks interesting. This is also kind of short. We don't need to go through the whole thing necessarily, but we've been covering this before, so I'd like to continue as developments happen.
Which one? Yesterday or today?
Let's go in chronological order. I think that makes the most sense.
Sure.
Unless you disagree.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Do you want me to read this first one?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on chat.
Sounds good. Maoist insurgents kill 23 Indian forces in ambush, officials say. The 4-hour battle in a forested area of central India has revived concerns about a decades-old insurgency that had appeared largely contained. April 4th. At least 23 Indian security forces were killed in an ambush by Maoist militants in the central state of Chhattisgarh, officials said on Sunday, reviving concerns around a decades-old insurgency that appeared to have been largely contained in recent years. A large force of Indian security personnel had been carrying out a clearance operation in a densely forested area on the edges of Vijaypur district when they were ambushed by the insurgents on Saturday in a firefight that lasted 4 hours. Avinash Mishra, the deputy superintendent of police in Vijaypur, said an additional 31 security personnel had been wounded in the attack. He said that the militants, often referred to as Naxalites, had also suffered heavy casualties, adding that one insurgent's body remained at the site while the rest were cleared by tractors. Mishra said the insurgents had managed to seize the dead soldiers' weapons. Amit Shah, the Indian Minister of Home Affairs, the official responsible for domestic security matters, BJP, by the way, just to clarify, confirmed the deaths and cut short election campaigning in northeast India to fly back to New Delhi and lead the response, including a search for the attackers. The blood of our soldiers in defense of the nation will not go to waste. Our fight against the Naxalites will continue with more determination and vigor. The insurgents, who traced their roots to communist politics in the 1960s, used violence against the state in the name of championing the cause of India's poor and marginalized. Their reach was once so widespread and their attacks so frequent that in 2006, India's prime minister declared them the country's single biggest internal security challenge. This guy was in the Indian Congress, which is sort of the historical center-left party. That is to say, everyone hates them. Nobody in India is a huge fan of the Naxalites in the institutions. Surprise, surprise. Neither is the New York Times seem to be.
Well, I mean, yeah, we expect from the New York Times. I was trying to find, they linked an article. I was trying to find it if they had like a good graphic, but unfortunately, maybe if I go to the actual website, there was a graphic they used that shows the actual map of where they were.
Yeah. Let me finish it off real quick because there's like 3 paragraphs left, I think.
Yeah.
However, the Indian government has shrunk the space where the insurgents operate, as you said about the map. We'll take a look at that. Over the past decade, by combining military operations involving tens of thousands of paramilitary forces with economic packages to the areas the insurgents used as a base for activity and recruitment. Well, I guess it yielded some concessions. Whereas the insurgents once operated in about 200 districts at their peak, they were confined to less than 50 districts last year, according to official figures. The government has hunted insurgent leaders, killing a large number or forcing them to surrender, and insurgent attacks have declined in frequency and potency. Nevertheless, the group continues to launch hit-and-run attacks, ambushing security forces in friendly terrain and inflicting casualties in deadly battles. Before the attack on Saturday, 56 people, including security forces, insurgents, and civilians, had been killed by Maoist violence this year, according to data by the South Asia Terrorism Portal. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. That's sort of speaking to, I guess, a little bit of what we were talking about, right? Which is that they're showing their presence more, right? It seems like more skirmishes are happening now after, a very substantive period of reduction. Who knows where it goes from here, right? Will it lead to expansion? But, they're certainly, I think, making their presence known.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I tried to pull up the map from the article, but unfortunately, only the archive has the map. They've updated the article to not include it, so I'm just going to have to copy this really, really low quality map over here. Yeah, but you can still kind of see what we're looking at. It looks like it's not labeled for colors or anything, but yeah. So it says over here, last week, Maoist robs the bank and attacked police outposts, killing 2 officers. And it's labeled as Dada's officers. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're labeling exactly here, but I think that the red is the map where they were. I don't know what the green.
Or the region, at least.
Yeah, well,
because it's so sporadic, right? There are sort of sympathetic territories, so to speak, right? And then they pop, such as the strategy.
Yeah, and I don't know what the orange and green are supposed to represent. The map doesn't have anything labeling it, but I think this kind of gives you a sense of where we're talking about over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now the CPI Maoist has made a statement, I guess, about this.
Yeah, it sounds like it. This is from the Hindustan Times.
Yes, the Hindustan Times. Okay. Maoists issue statement, say their fight is not against security forces. The statement claimed that 28 Maoists have been killed in the last 4 months across the country, and they have been able to kill or injure nearly 100 policemen during the same time. The banned Communist Party of India Maoist has issued a statement claiming its fight is not against police or security forces, while questioning Union Home Minister Amit Shah's comments in the aftermath of the killing of 22 security personnel in an ambush in Chhattisgarh over the weekend. Shah, who visited Chhattisgarh on Monday, said the sacrifice of the 22 will be remembered for taking the battle against the extremists to a decisive turn, and that the counterinsurgency battle will be intensified to take it to a logical end. The Maoists ambushed the forces after possibly luring them to an area near the Bijapur-Sukma border while they were out on a combing operation in a forest area. For whom Amit Shah will avenge, oppressed people and Maoists are the same, and day by day, the oppressed people are raising their voices against the capitalist and Brahminical government, Maoist spokesman Abe said in the statement on Monday. We believe that those getting recruited into the forces are also part of the exploited people, and it is our compulsion to fight when they come with weapons to fight us. We have sympathies with the families of the deceased, and CPI Maoist appeal to the people not to send their children to join the security forces. The statement claimed that 28 Maoists have been killed in the last 4 months across the country, and they have been able to kill or injure nearly 100 policemen during the same time. It cautioned Maoists over the newer technology being used by the states, and urged them to be cautious while engaging with it. The Maoists also called for a nationwide Bandh, general strike, on April 26th in support of the farmers' protest against 3 farm laws passed in September.
I missed that part about the general strike. I saw that word, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think really one of the remarkable things, right, is they've been going for decades, but they've had a remarkable ideological consistency throughout that period. It is also sad, though, right, because they make a very good point, which is to say that the security forces and, the Maoist cadres, right, they're all coming from the same base of peoples.
Right, yeah. That is...
and, while, a sense of purpose might be endowed, what is unfortunate is I'm sure that there's, and it's good that they're clarifying this, right, at least in one direction. This is why would you sort of, align yourself with the situation? And yeah, it's a very unsympathetic government, right? And I mean, on the ground, people even get into, like turf wars with like the, people in the legal communist parties, right? It's very small scale, but it happens, right? That's between like youth organizations or grassroots organizations, but still, yeah, there's definitely tensions, right? They're definitely two different ideological counterpoints. So let's see what happens with that.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know to what extent also, this is being informed by an enfranchisement, maybe, or sense of enfranchisement or possible enfranchisement from the farmers' protests.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The articles didn't really go into that kind of thing at all, but yeah, I wonder how, it seems like that kind of stuff does tend to, lead into more radical stuff like this.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat said, let me see if I can. So, green text, we got a pitched battle in which 23 federal Indian cops were ambushed and wiped out. And in quotes, yeah, there's some tension. Yeah, it's what you call it's a Lytotes understatement for effect. Somebody in the chat was saying, is it like possible that there's like trend toward revolution in India?
I think people overstate it. I think that there has been a very continuous presence, right, that has had varying degrees of scales of Naxalites. I don't think that they can be understood, especially because of the fact also to keep in mind, right, they are not, at least now, currently seeking out a base in the wider Indian masses, right? They're continuing to sort of exist rooted in the indigenous, rural, remote communities, right, and underdeveloped areas where they've had a presence.
Yeah.
Where that goes, I don't know, right? They're not the only sort of power at hand.
Right.
I think what does seem very clear, right, and another thing that's notable, right, is that for better or for worse, Modi got an overwhelming mandate. Right, it was not a finessed electoral victory, frankly.
Yeah.
And that should not be understated, right? That is one element. However, you still have a huge swath of the population, right? That is still
well, not just
not that mandate.
Yeah.
And I think that is why you're sort of seeing these strong articulations, right, of it, right? Be it in a renewed presence of this, right? Or be it in, say the farmers' protests, right? Where's the site that you can really comfortably make demands when this mandate exists? You have to push against it, in dynamic ways, right? And in the sense that it is a point where resistance might have to manifest this way. Sure, there's a lot of potential for things to develop in a direction, but I think you see people saying, oh, India is the country with the most revolutionary potential in the world, and it's like, don't get yourself excited about something that's like probably, it's not coming anytime soon. I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, you can have lots of people who are sort of heading that way, but I don't remember what the total number was, but like it was a record-breaking election, right? Just number of votes total, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like you're saying, there's a mandate for Modi, so I don't know how readily would people be able to pivot from that toward, what seems like radically different politics.
I mean, I think the real thing also is that, an important thing to keep in mind as part of the Indian parliamentary system involves a lot of regionalist parties, right? Where do they go in that direction, right? A lot of these parties have deeply entrenched footholds, right, in the regions, right? And then they exist in coalitions with with the sort of two main parties, right? And this only really came into the fray, like, somewhat recently. But by that I mean sort of, in the second half of the 20th century, like the second half of the second half, I mean.
Right, yeah. The last quarter.
Yeah. But at the moment, right, this is a point where there is no real major opposition party. right? You know, like the Indian Congress has now had, since its first Prime Minister of India, the same generation of families and a perfect lineage, like sort of heading the party. They do not know how to exist without that, and unfortunately, they've hit like the fourth generation of Habsburgs. Right? You don't really have a meaningful alternative there, right? So you have to articulate yourself, like self, you know, independently from like any of these sort of, I think, a lot of these institutionalized forces. And this has, of course, been bubbling, right, for years. But really, like right now, what direction do you go in? Right? There are really no institutions, I think, where you could appeal. But I think, unfortunately, like, you know, the nature of revolution would mean balkanization right now in India. That is my own sense of it. And I'm obviously not a super expert.
Yeah, we're talking about like having these regional powers that are well entrenched. That sounds like the direction things would go if you had a major conflict, like, you know, a civil war kind of situation. But I don't, yeah, and then all the different pieces would go in unique directions. So you'd have to like really break that down piece by piece.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That certainly seems more likely than, you know, India becoming the next communist superpower or something.
And I also think, Leo, I don't mean to downplay it, right? But I would also say an important thing to keep in mind with these guys, like, they're in it for the long haul, right? You know, it is a, you know, sort of understood as a very, 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 very gradual process for them. They've literally been there for decades, right? Literally decades.
Yeah. They're putting
and you know,
in protracted people's war.
Yeah, it is truly that protracted thing, right? And it's remarkable that they have kept, as I said, the ideological consistency they have. Like, quite remarkable, regardless of where you stand with it. You know, it is. Yeah, you know, they are committed to holding their line, right? Even though that is absolutely marginalized them.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to see any success with this attempt to get people to stop joining, like, the security forces and being like, you know, hey, you actually fight for your interests with us, if that's going to help them in their goals. But it sounds like recently they've...
The other thing is, you know,
militarily,
they play a very important role infrastructurally in a lot of these areas, right? These underdeveloped areas.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. They're like,
right? They play a very, very important role.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that gets people on your side too, is that you show them, A, your loyalty to the people, and B, you show them that you actually can do things and accomplish things that'll help people. So that's probably more effective than, you know, a statement.
And, you know, I mean, what is like significant, right, if you think about it, is there has, while it has grown and shrunk, there's never not been a presence, which is to say they have never not had some kind of base that they can sort of, you know, entrench themselves in, right? So, you know, evidently they must be providing something critical, or they have truly immersed themselves in certain communities and, you know, built themselves through them.
Yeah, right. It's weird that they would have the support if, you know, I mean, I think I know, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's weird that they'd be so successful they didn't have, you know, people on their side and stuff like that. Which, you know, if they're, like you're saying, they're talking about, they're doing like infrastructure to help people, that's probably gonna help them in the long run. And it's, you know, they're more like, I don't know what you call it. They're not like fighting a revolution in the sense of like overthrowing the government or something, but they're more like an insurrection, I guess, in the sense that they're like existing within the system and combating it, but they're not really in a position to overthrow it or anything. They're just fighting against the problems it's causing and trying to help people.
Yeah, it's funny because when you look at sort of like meaningful in the world MLM, it very closely resembles like anarchism.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I mean,
in some ways, right? It's probably the element of ML that has closest proximity to it.
Yeah, and like there's a discourse about this with like the Panthers in the U.S., the Black Panther Party, being like, well, like, are they really like sort of standard ML party, because they operate sort of along more anarchic lines and doing sort of, and this is a whole thing I'd like to get into really in depth at some point, because I think that there's less disagreement than people think there is about these different tendencies. And there's also like a whole lot that could be figured out by trying to synthesize different elements, or sort of figure out how things could interlock and work together in a way that's effective, instead of just trying to contest who's got a better system and which single system are we going to implement.
Always smile. Real MLs like N. I don't think that that's what. I don't think MLM and ML are the same thing per se, right? I think that they're actually quite different.
Yeah.
Mao himself, I believe, actually took a lot of cues from anarchism.
Well, from what I understand, Mao was a bit of a booklet, but I'm not big on the history of like Mao personally, so I don't know. Yeah. That's what I've heard.
I'm a little familiar with sort of the history of Chinese communism, and early on, there was definitely an anarchist presence in China, right? And even before he sort of was involved with sort of with MLs, he was associated with anarchist elements as well. And he carried some of that influence. And while there were degrees of centralization that happened, during Mao's time, there were also these kinds of decentralizations. And if I remember correctly, the first step he tried to form in the collectivization process in the farms was called mutual aid communities, actually.
That's funny.
Yeah. How you take it, right? Maybe it's a booklet read of it, but, the cues are there, right? The influence is there. Yeah.
Well, I think also, to a degree, some things like that are kind of straightforwardly commonsensical. And I mean, I don't want to get real into criticism of the USSR, which I, support in general as a project, but there's definitely things about it to criticize. I think that there's like aspects there, like the things people tend to get sectarian about, tend to be things that are maybe in violation of common sense and more in line with like applying this theory that not everybody, really knows about or understands, and might be a little abstracted from the situation or stuff like that. Like, the whole thing about who's really getting the power, who's got the power in this new system, right? That's kind of a thing people argue about. So I think that there's like, maybe that might be part of the difference between like ML and MLM, and that there's more of like a adherence to this line about how the project is developed and the structure that it employs. And then like Mao kind of didn't necessarily read all this stuff and is applying a different method. Well,
what's interesting, right, is at this point the MLM certainly have red marks, right? They're no longer booklets by any means. Oh yeah. Especially, actually, I mean,
I'm not trying to say that MLMs are booklets. I'm just saying, like,
no, of course not. Of course not. I'm just sort of thinking more broadly. It's just, it's also just sort of hard, right? The start points of all of these places are quite far away, right? Where will they come back together? How is it that some things start to resemble the other? Right? To some extent, I'm asking why, right? How is it that, when you get to the ostensibly most anti-revisionists, you kind of arrive at anarchism, right? This is a strange thing, right? But it raises questions about, like, why does sectarianism form to some extent?
Have we created a new horseshoe theory here?
Well, I think no, in the sense that it doesn't sort of understand these things as, like, ossified on an axis, but, like, it's almost like you pass through. And then where do you arrive, right? Yeah. I'm just back at that first sort of like contradiction.
Yeah, I was just kind of making a joke. So Mao worked out too much to read theory.
True.
He had those guns, strangled 10,000 landlords himself. But yeah, Mao is underrated. I think that there's a big problem people have. I would say that people tend to look at the silly, the things that Mao did or the mistakes and are like, ooh, gross. And like, yeah, the campaign of the Four Pests was a big oof, but like, that doesn't mean that none of the stuff he said was worthwhile. And I think people tend to make that mistake. They have, I guess what you call like a cancel mentality, where somebody did something that was a big no-no, and now everything that they said is bullshit, or at least like in people's minds.
It's also just like, how long are people going to keep blaming, if these, these sort of tragedies and, these fatalities are of the scale they are, like, certainly it's not like one guy is not behind all of this. There has to be a tremendous apparatus that must be studied as such.
Yeah, and also, even if like you have the one person who's in charge of the whole country, it's like that because of all of the subordinates who invest that power in that person and comprise the system that they're operating. Like, the system isn't a machine. It's made up of all these people who are willingly contributing to the machine's function. If you have a machine made out of cogs and the cogs are people, to a degree, the people do have to be willing cogs for it to work.
And yeah, I mean, there's a reason that these people, you come into power because you've at least won the trust of people at one point.
Yeah. Although I would say, just because you're good at, articulating a political stance and like a future possibility, just because you're good at winning a revolution doesn't mean that you're good as administration. Doesn't mean that you're going to be good at like planning the economy. That these are separate things, and I think that that's maybe a trap people can fall into sometimes. A lot of the stuff in the Great Leap Forward was a failure to get into the details of agronomy and how a theory can go wrong. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that at that point in time, people in the West especially, there's so much corporate control of this kind of stuff. There's a huge problem of people not really appreciating like externalities, which is what like the Great Leap Forward really was kind of about: externalities, unforeseen consequences of what you're doing. People are often real bad about that. So that's things like, if you kill all the sparrows, the pests come destroy stuff. Or it's like you're fertilizing all these crops and that washes into the river systems and it grows algae that blocks the sun and kills all of the plants, and then the fish die because they can't eat the plants, which is something that happens in the West with like the huge industrial agriculture. So like, it's that kind of problem, and I think that that's more of a scientific issue of people not really understanding how these systems function at that kind of level, and thinking that they know more than they do, or that they know enough to make these massive decisions that have wide-ranging impacts that they don't predict. That's not necessarily like a problem with the economic system per se. Mechanization of agriculture is not an easy process for all the peasants. Yeah, right. Who now have to use tractors and newfangled science. Yeah. And that's also like a logistical problem too, of like, how do you train people and stuff like that as you change? I blame it on the Sino-Soviet split. I mean, yeah, okay, so that's something you actually could say is like a political thing. And that definitely made things a lot worse. I'm not going to argue with that. You're also reliant on local administrators to facilitate it effectively. Yeah, it's like it gets into a logistics problem. That's not necessarily an issue with the like economic or political system. You could say it's a problem with the politics that are involved, but it's not like an inherent feature of the system. It's just like doing bad politics at that point. Like, if the problem is that you're not coordinating effectively with administrators at a local level, that's really not a problem with like the whole political system. You're just talking about like poor politicking, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was also just a messy time. What do we know?
Yeah,
a lot of the time, I just have to throw my shoulders up because it's like, what the fuck do I know in the scheme of things?
Well, I do think it's important to try to like review this stuff and learn lessons, but yeah, like it would be ridiculous for somebody in our position now, sitting in an armchair, to try to say what Mao should have done. This was all very new kind of stuff. Nobody really understood how to do this sort of thing effectively yet, and we still don't really.
Should we keep at the headlines?
Yeah, I was just about to say. I think we talked to the chat enough about that. but it's a useful digression, I think.
Absolutely.
So we covered Joe Biden continuing to build the wall. Navy corpsman suspected of shooting 2 victims is dead at Fort Detrick, Maryland military lab site. So this was this morning. Another mass shooting. It's like a couple days since the previous one that was in the news. A Navy hospital corpsman who had shot and critically wounded 2 people at a Maryland office park was shot and killed several miles away from Fort Detrick, the main site of the U.S. Army's biological defense program. The U.S. Navy can confirm there was an active shooter incident at Fort Detrick, Maryland, involving U.S. Navy sailors, a Navy spokesman said in a statement. So, yeah, I mean, that might be more newsworthy because it's involving the military, but, you know, it sounds like we're back to, oh, yeah, and then in quotes in the chat, defense, right? Biological defense. I remember I forget what year it was. It was like, I want to say it was like sometime in the late 20th century, they changed the name of the War Department to the Department of Defense, which is, you know, the Ministry of Love, right? It's that kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what came to mind.
Yeah. A lot of the problems with American mechanization were obscured by the general no-goodness of the Great Depression. Yeah, like, when there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on, people don't realize. Also, if you want to talk about like the Great Leap Forward, and just briefly, if you want to talk about the Great Leap Forward and the ecological impact of that, you should also talk about the Dust Bowl in the U.S. and how terrible that was for the environment and for crop output and people and all of that. Never hear about how bad the hunger was. I think that's with a reference to the Great Depression. But yeah. So let's see. Biden to move COVID-19 vaccine eligibility date to April 19th, with states gradually expanding eligibility beyond such priority groups as older people and essential frontline workers. The president will announce that every adult will be eligible by April 19th to sign up and get in a virtual line to be vaccinated. And White House Press Secretary said White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. So was that they moved that forward, or did they not have that decided yet? Let me check.
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, of course they got the photo op with Joe Biden holding his fists up at an old lady. Yeah. See if it says eligible from the original May 1st. Okay, so they moved it forward.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good sign, maybe. The things are speeding up. Let's see. Like, we've never heard about famines or shit like that in the USA during the Great Depression. Yeah, no, well, I mean, it wasn't so much that there was a famine, I guess. It was that they had a crisis of overproduction and it wasn't profitable to sell the food.
Isn't that, in a way, kind of grain hoarding?
What do you mean?
It's not kind of grain hoarding? Overproduction, right, of crops, in part?
Oh yeah,
the market kind of, yeah.
Grain hoarding. I think you said green hoarding. Yeah, grain hoarding. Yeah, it is. And I would bet you that if you got a time machine and pulled people from like any prior point in history before we had capitalism and said, hey, we have a system, an economic system now where people are starving because we produce too much food, they would just like, they would fucking slap you for being so dumb. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, people throughout history have had trouble with producing enough food to survive prior to mechanization. And then, like, now we produce so much that it's not profitable to sell. And people are starving because there's too much food. It boggles the mind. Just like some vague Dust Bowl destroyed the crops. Oh, yeah, the Dust Bowl was horrifying. It was, like, it wasn't just... like they'd lost a season of crops or something like that. They had like severely damaged the ecosystem of like the soil, and there was like a huge amount of biomass lost, permanent impacts and shit like that. It was real, like, it's something that probably a lot more like anthropology and I don't know even what field it would be, ecology, something. It needs to be more heavily researched because it was like hugely damaging. You went from like these permanent durable ecosystems to like everything is fucking dust because like tractors came through and chewed up the soil that had spent, you know, millennia being built by grasses and microorganisms with all these root systems and stuff, and then they like broke up the soil so they could farm it, and it just blew away. Yeah. America has a lot of land and wild game. Yeah, America is one of the most sparsely populated countries on Earth because of how recently like the new crop of humans started settling it after killing everybody who was there first. So we're still in a stage of like early. It's weird to talk about the U.S. because the U.S. is kind of like in an early stage of development when it comes to human settlement. Like the clock kind of got reset there. So it's like really sparsely populated considering what the terrain is like. Famines were something that happened every 10 to 15 years. Oh yeah, one bad crop failure. Yep. I think it probably even more common than 10 to 15 years. But yeah, globally that's been, and for like all time, that's been a huge problem because you were at the mercy of nature pretty much to give you the right conditions to grow bountiful crops. Do you think it's partly intentional? I think it is sometimes. Kind of how Israel counts the calories that go into Gaza. I'm not sure. I think that there's like probably some intent, but it's more like you're controlled by the system and there's only so much that you can do. Like if there's so much supply of food that it would literally lose you money to sell it, you just can't do that. Like economically, it's not possible. The people who would do that would go out of business and be replaced by people who wouldn't. It's like that's actually a point that I would like to emphasize more often is that it's helpful to think of capitalism in like Darwinist terms, to think of like the market as sort of the competition for survival. And if you don't do things that maximize profit, you go extinct, basically. That's a useful way to look at how like the motivation functions, right?
Definitely in its motivation, right? Of course, you know, the meddling that needs to be done to ensure that this ostensible competition can exist, right? At this point, I mean,
yeah. Well, that's another thing too. Is like we're at a higher phase of development of capitalism, and now it's not ruled by the market as much because everything has become more centralized. That's what People's Republic of Walmart is about, sort of. Which I need to read that because it looks like a very interesting book. There were some people talking about that in The Matrix for leftypol the other day. It's uncommon for true ecological collapse to happen without some political trigger like a giant war. Yeah. Or like in the case of the Dust Bowl, like technological triggers with like tractors. I think there might have been some political background to that. I'm not too familiar with the history there, but yeah. Part of what forestalled the famine was simply making food stamps a thing so that farmers could actually sell their produce for something. Well, that's interesting. It's a detail that I'm not aware of. The great capital owners have coalesced into a smaller and smaller number after cannibalizing each other. Yep. Technology is always political. Oh yeah, of course it's political. But it may be more that it precipitates politics rather than politics invoking the technology. But yeah, let's move on to the rest of this post.
This next one is interesting.
NYPD precinct commander shoots self in Queens. Suicide or like an accident, I wonder. Deputy Inspector Denise Mullaney, who commands the 107th precinct, called the precinct's executive officer and said he was thinking about killing himself. Police sources said the executive officer immediately called NYPD's Technical Assistance Response Unit to try and locate Mullaney's phone, but he had already shot himself, sources said. So he said that he's going to commit suicide after he did it.
Mm-hmm. Really? Well, he said he was going to do it, and then he must have just done it immediately.
I guess he did it like before they started to find his phone.
I mean, my guess is they got off the phone immediate, and by the time they, tried to locate it, it was just, it was done. Was my guess.
Well, I say that like he might have already shot himself because sometimes, gunshot wounds don't instantly despite what Hollywood would have you believe, gunshot wounds do not like just instantly kill you most of the time. Even if you shoot head, you can miss.
Sorry,
but
I was just going to say, R.I.P. Big Chungus.
Yeah, this dude's a big boy. Because let's get some of the Bane emoji in the chat. He's a big guy. Was a big guy. Assuming that he died. Deputy Inspector, he'd already shot himself, they said. They found him dead in his department vehicle at the corner of Underhill Avenue and 164th Street, across from Kisena Park, just after 5:10 p.m. Joined the NYPD in 2000 and was appointed the head of the 107th Precinct in late 2020. He's believed to be the first active duty police officer to kill himself this year. His death comes after a spike of police suicides in 2019 and 2020. In 2019, the NYPD grappled with 10 suicides, prompting leadership to step up its mental health outreach for cops in distress.
This guy's really a veteran, too.
Yeah, he was there for a while. That's interesting. It's not, it's like April, beginning of April, so that's like a quarter of the way into the year. They said that they had...
It is, Leo. It's more than I knew.
The number of NYPD suicides is high proportional to the size. That's what's a lot. Imagine that after living with that, what you've done gets to you.
And people are antagonizing you everywhere, right? You know.
Like a big part of, they said there was a spike in 2019. Well, 2019, but also 2020, there's a big spike for reasons that should be obvious thanks to those protests. But like 2019, I think that there's been like a trend toward anti-police sentiment. So yeah, like people are constantly saying like ACAB probably does get to you. Yeah, I'm a little surprised if they said that that's the first this year, like for police in the United States. That sounds like they've dropped the numbers a lot since last year. But
wonder if he's been watching the trial.
Oh, Trump?
The trial.
Oh, the trial. Maybe, I don't know. That's interesting. I was wondering about that guy who drove into the Capitol, if maybe he was paying attention to that and might have been responding to it, because that was like, I think right after they showed the body cam footage over and over again. Are national numbers kept of police suicides? Oh yeah, of course. I would assume it was local. The way that let me go check again. The way that they phrased it, I think they were saying...
I believe those were NYPD numbers. Yeah, they were.
Oh no, the NYPD numbers. But I think that they were saying, he's believed to be the first active duty police officer to kill himself this year. Which, I guess that's hard to say. This is New York Daily News. Okay, it might be for NYPD. That would be really low rate from 2020 if it was the whole country, but 228 national in 2018 in France, I think. Or is that somebody? I don't know. These are two different people giving me numbers. I don't want to quote like wrong numbers. Funny how they don't keep national numbers on how many people they shoot, but they keep national numbers on how many shoot themselves.
One's much smaller than the other.
Yeah, one's a lot easier to count. Whew. Oh, that's depressing. Or just a reminder for everybody, I believe that it still holds true that since the year 2000, more U.S. citizens have been killed by police officers than by terrorists. Believe that should still be the case. And that includes 9/11. All right. What happened next? CIA roasted after bragging about arming Afghan mujahideen, aka the Taliban. They're just so blatant about it. They're so brazen. Like,
RT is such an irritant.
yeah.
I mean, they're awful. I'm talking about obviously Hillary Clinton saying seemed like a good idea at the time. Like,
yeah.
You're gonna fucking shrug your shoulders about that?
Yeah, and it's like so. Like, it'd be one thing if that was just a reference to like the deaths of people in the Middle East, but like this directly precipitates 9/11, and they're like that cavalier about American lives when usually they make such a big deal about nationalism and shit. You would think that would make it so obvious to so many people what side they're really on.
Yeah.
But I guess,
and by irritant to clarify, I just feel like Russia Today writes the perfect articles to get under the skin of liberals.
Oh yeah,
American liberals.
I think that's the idea.
Masters.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. They're triggering the libs, but in like a woke way. Something like a cop who suicides is half forgiven. It's a popular phrase in France after someone got charged for it. All right, I don't even know what they're talking about in chat right now. Yeah, what happened next? CIA roasted after bragging about it. Arming Afghan mujahideen, aka the Taliban. The fact that the CIA armed the same Afghan militants who now kill U.S. troops is not a conspiracy theory, and the agency was roasted after it took to Twitter to boast about its covert 1980s arms shipments to the jihadists. And just because they dropped the term conspiracy theory, I'm going to play a bit of the clip.
Conspiracy theory is a term that's used whenever anybody ascribes conscious intent to people with power.
Just this short little bit. Yeah. In a Twitter post on Tuesday, the CIA proudly displayed a shoulder-fired FIM-92 Stinger missile launcher. The launcher, the post read, supplied by the United States, gave Afghan guerrillas, generally known as the Mujahideen, the ability to destroy the dreaded Mi-24D helicopter gunships deployed by the Soviets to enforce their control over Afghanistan. Alright, that's just a quote of the tweet.
I imagine they're effective. They were effective.
You know, I'm gonna... Hold on. Let me see really quick. Well, they were. That was like the whole thing with that. Because...
they made like a Hollywood movie about it too, with Tom Hanks, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think Charlie Wilson's War, is that the one?
Correct. Yes, that was the one. Yeah, where he played the the guy who went from being a Texas Playboy House representative to being a Texas Playboy House representative who sent arms to the Mujahideen.
Yeah. And then also Rambo 2 had like, it was about...
Rambo 3, yes.
Was it really Rambo 3? I thought it was 2. Yeah. One of the Rambo movies was... Oh yeah, that's right, it was 3. Was about that conflict. And like, he was like enmeshed among the Mujahideen during that whole period, and I forget.
Hold up, I had the picture saved for you. I'm sending it in the chat right now.
Do it, please. Yeah, and then the end of the movie, they dedicate the movie to the Mujahideen. Let me hold on real quick so you can see this. And also, it totally just belongs in my regular, just things media that I keep in the player. That's a JPEG. Okay, yeah, just media that I keep in my in OBS, so that I can pull it up at random times. Yeah, there we go. There you go. That's the end of Rambo 3, the last thing you see before the credits roll. Just... What's the meme? It's like, that one didn't age too well.
Yep. Aged like milk. I think it's a subreddit, but ooh, it did truly age like milk.
Yep. Yep. And then there's that other meme where it's like the USA ball with the the sunglasses and the thumbs up, and it's like when you fund the rebel militia to take out the terrorist group that formed after you funded a rebel militia after you funded a rebel militia to fight a terrorist group that formed after you funded a rebel militia to fight a terrorist group, like just on and on. I still don't understand how the Mujahideen is beating the USA in Afghanistan, because the USA is not trying to like win a traditional war. That's not what they're there for. They're there to like manage the chaos, to try to like control oil. It's not like, that's like part of the problem that people have with like dealing with the situation, is that it's, or understanding it, is it's not, they're not trying to like win a regular war. It's a totally different sort of thing. Rambo 1 was a great movie. Yeah, well, First Blood is what it was called. It wasn't called Rambo. In the original ending, he died at the end, actually. They changed that for theaters because they thought audiences wouldn't like it. He also only kills one person. He's known for having like a huge body count, but in the first movie, he only kills one person, and it's an accident. He threw a rock at a helicopter, and the guy fell out of the helicopter. Let's see. It's just because they tried to milk it for military contracts so long it blew up in their face. I mean, they're not even really getting beaten. It's not like hurting the U.S. really. Hasn't really blown up in their faces. It's basically a perpetual. It's like terrorism is like a renewable resource, basically. Once they figured out the drone strike thing, and you like mostly kill civilians, who a portion of whom become radicalized, you can just keep fighting terrorists forever, and it's a renewable resource that you can keep using to sell military hardware, to get the contractors to sell the military hardware, and everybody's like happy because it keeps the Department of Defense funded, and all that stuff. So everybody in the military industrial complex wins.
And it's also like notably for the Afghan fighters as well, right? I mean, there's a huge amount of arms they have access to in the region because they have a lot of arms in the region, right?
Yeah,
they have
empires that died
a slightly more stable state in which they can regroup, right? Though, of course, that was droned like crazy as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Afghanistan is, the British tried to take it, the Russians tried to take it, the Americans.
Graveyard.
But yeah, I mean, it's so, yeah, exactly.
And I
right?
mean, arguably, it was an important component of the Soviet Union collapsing too, because it turned into a hugely expensive conflict, partly because of these Stinger missiles right here, because a cheap little missile could take down an expensive helicopter. But yeah, it's I think that the thing is that they're not trying to win a war, and they know that if they did, they would just get creamed. They're sort of like tactically or strategically managing the situation instead.
And I mean, to some extent, is you ensure. I imagine the thinking is you ensure your presence, you keep your presence, you keep influence.
Yeah.
And eventually they'll leave.
Yeah.
With Trump, it was interesting, right? Because the Taliban was basically able to say, yeah, come to the table with us. Clearly they have influence to that extent.
Yeah.
Right, which is quite substantive.
Yeah, that's no joke that they were able to negotiate with the president, or, the U.S. State Department, or whoever they sent. Yeah, they know what they're doing, at least try to like keep resistance going, but yeah, it's kind of a situation where there's no like resolution coming, because it's not a traditional war. So it's kind of like they can resist and hope that eventually it becomes enough of a problem that the U.S. leaves. So sort of like Vietnam in that sense. Like the U.S. eventually left because it was too much of a problem to try to keep fighting. But yeah, so here's the CIA tweeted this dumb crap, and then here's a bunch of replies. Chelsea Manning replied, artifact this crate once carried firearms secretly traded during an arms embargo to fund fighters in Nicaragua. I don't know if there's like a link or something there, but if it's just a... Yeah, she's just using examples of other things like that. Somebody posted this meme. Rightist conspiracy theories about, like, yeah, just total nonsense, like the anti-Semitic stuff, and the leftist conspiracy theories. I'm pretty sure the CIA had something to do with this, like, atrocity. It's like, yeah, we know, they admitted it. Yeah.
On Twitter.
Yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, they keep doing this kind of stuff too. Like, there was this one where the Air Force or whatever was touting this Hercules aircraft that was like saying, like, yeah, look how hard we can bomb people with this, and everybody's like, what are you doing? Like, this is just grotesque. Or then every time the FBI like celebrates Martin Luther King Day, it's just gross. Oh, it's already going to more tweets. I guess it doesn't want me to see all the replies. Somebody just posted a picture of Osama bin Laden smiling, or this article about how they were talking about how he's such a cool guy for being a fighter, a freedom fighter and stuff. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the Rambo one. Yep. Yeah. So as usual, they post the stuff and they don't get any consequences. They just get people doing clapbacks on Twitter. But I mean, hey, you know, it seems to me like this is useful in the sense that people are seeing how shitty they are. But I don't know. It's not like anything is coming of this of consequence, except maybe some people are, I don't know, becoming like waking up a little bit. Seems like that's it.
Great article will trigger all the right people.
Yeah. Operation Cyclone was one of the CIA's longest and most expensive covert operations that saw the agency covertly funnel arms and money to Afghan Mujahideen fighters who, in the early 1980s, were waging a guerrilla campaign against invading Soviet forces. The program continued through the administrations of Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush, as the U.S. insisted the Mujahideen were freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight? They never mentioned that part. That's a Carlin line. These freedom fighters who counted Osama bin Laden as an ally would eventually morph into the Taliban, a group the U.S. now has been fighting against in Afghanistan for nearly 2 decades. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton admitted in 2010 that the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago, adding that arming jihadists sounded like a good idea at the time.
Whoops.
Yeah, oopsie doodles. We created a terrorist group that then did a little 9/11. Civilization versus barbarism. Why does the West support Al Qaeda? I don't even know what is the Okay, so it's just Twitter's gotten too complicated with like embedding tweets and shit. So this person is retweeting a video of Hillary saying that we created Al Qaeda, and this person is included as a retweet, a quote tweet. Let's see. Maybe I'll get a copyright strike on this one like I did on the other thing.
Let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea.
By the way, like, the U.S. was not involved in a struggle in this context. Like, maybe she's referring to like the Cold War, but the U.S. was just sending weapons to people in Afghanistan. The U.S. didn't have, it was a proxy war. The U.S. wasn't, I mean, it's hard to even call it that because the U.S. wasn't like in there. They weren't locked in a struggle. They picked a side and funneled weapons to them.
Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam so that we can go beat the Soviet Union.
there's like so little self-awareness here how bad this looks. She's like saying, yeah, we did it, we did all this horrible stuff, this stuff that sounds horrible to somebody even who doesn't know the context and all these historical events. It just sounds bad and incriminating. But it's like, it blows my mind how disconnected people like her are from what it is that from what she's actually saying. It's like the thing with Libya where she's like, we came, we saw, he died. It's like you've no idea what you're saying, do you? It's just wild. I don't know, do you have any thoughts about that kind of stuff, Simone?
I mean, what is there to even say, right?
Yeah.
It's just like I mean, I think I typed this in the chat, but it's like, she knows everything and yet she knows nothing.
Yeah,
to what extent does she know nothing, though? We can't know. And that's
right.
part of what makes it so eerie. Something I really oscillate between with the Democrats when I see them is, have they drunk their own Kool-Aid? Or is this all just sort of out in the open with indifference?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that the answer is yes and no. In some ways, yes, in other ways, no, but it's hard to tell, like you said.
I mean, the classic Democratic strategy since even Kennedy has been, after everything happens, to say, well, we fucked up, guys,
Yeah.
Well, we just, pushed out the Bay of Pigs even though we knew Batista was a monster. Well, whoops.
Unforeseen consequences. That's the.
I guess another, we can blame it on our rivalry with the USSR again.
Yeah, right. All right. Oh, by the way, let me mention this real quick because I didn't before. When I played that clip of Norman Finkelstein, I got like copyright flagged for it because apparently the uploader on that video copyrighted it and it was in the system. It didn't mess with my channel or anything, but that's a thing that it might happen with some of these videos, so I'm going to be a little cautious about that sometimes.
Were you striked on Twitch and YouTube?
I wasn't striked. That would like make my channel.
Oh, just hit.
They just said like, hey, we caught a copyrighted thing, so we're on Twitch. They muted it. On YouTube, I think they were just like, if there's ads on this channel, it's going to go to the person who made this video, the ad revenue.
Okay.
But there's no like strike. It's just that might happen. So I got to watch out for that. Yeah, strike would actually stop me from streaming or whatever. All right, I'm going to continue this.
And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is it wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine. You deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
We're building a relationship that just did not exist. I said in our last trip when you were with me that we had a huge trust deficit, in part because the United States...
A trust deficit. I just love these terms. Yeah, this is nothing new. Hillary's been this. I mean, they've all been this way forever. Hillary is just one of those figures that's very easy to hate.
It's had, to be fair, we had helped to create the problem we're now fighting. How? Because when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had the
Greta Van Susteren, really a fucking national level news reporter. Like Hillary says, we created the problem that we're now fighting, and Greta's like, how? Like she really doesn't know.
This brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan. And we were successful. The Soviets left Afghanistan, and then we said, great, goodbye, leaving these trained people who were fanatical in Afghanistan and Pakistan, leaving them well armed, creating a mess, frankly, that at the time we didn't really recognize. We were just so happy to see the Soviet Union fall, and we thought, okay, fine, we're okay now. Everything's going to be so much better. Now you look back, the people we're fighting today, we were supporting in the fight against the Soviets.
It's just such a light tone for something that's so grim. Like the consequences of that war, the consequences even, for U.S. citizens after the fact because of 9/11, the consequences of the political consequences of 9/11 and the endless wars in the Middle East now. I don't know exactly when that date was that interview happened, but like, you just be like, fellas, we did a oopsie. And be like, well, maybe we should have thought about it more carefully. I don't like, instead of, I don't know. I feel like that's so obvious that the average person who sees that has to be like, this is bullshit. Yes. I mean, like, she didn't explicitly go into all of the consequences, but I think most people, they understand who the Taliban is and the impact that that's had on the U.S. Hillary's just smart enough to fuck things up more than the usual empty suit. I don't know. I feel like a lot of Hillary Clinton has to do with her team, but yeah. Marketing is inseparable from the colloquial lexicon. Oh yeah, marketing is like deeply embedded into like a lot of common use terms we have for things are brand names. Like people don't talk about getting a tissue, they talk about a Kleenex. Duct tape is a brand name. Or no, actually that's not true. There is a brand that uses duct tape as its brand name, but there's like that's actually not an example. There's lots of examples where like a brand name becomes the common use term. But yeah. There's also subtler and more insidious forms than that. That's a pretty obvious one. Americans refer to everything by brand names and it weirds me out. Yep. You'll do it in medicine a lot. Oh yeah, definitely in medicine. Like you'll refer to the generic version of something by the brand name product. Every drug the brand name is used, it's a deliberate marketing strategy. Yeah, definitely. Even they'll say like the name of the generic drug, and then they'll say the name of the drug that it's the generic for. So yeah, it's deeply into that. All right, back to this. It's very short. I'll get through the rest of it. Of course, the CIA opted not to include this information in their self-congratulatory tweet. Instead, commenters pointed it out for them, mocking the agency along the way. Yeah. Once again, just getting dragged on Twitter. Quote tweeting saying, yeah, and then what happened, right? Glad that didn't come around to bite us in the ass. And that region remained peaceful forevermore at the end. Yeah. Oh, come on. Right. Operation Cyclone wrapped up in 1989, although money was still flowing to the Mujahideen throughout the 1989 to 1992 Afghan civil war, which led straight into another brutal inter-jihadist conflict that only ended with a Taliban victory in 1996. The CIA program was one of more than 80 attempts worldwide at regime change by the U.S. government during the 20th century. I mean, 80 attempts that are like that we know of. Probably higher than that. That's a floor on that number. One wonders whether the U.S.'s current meddling will one day be commemorated on Twitter. Yeah. How else might these things come back to bite the United States?
Well, I was just thinking, actually, the kind of crazy thing with this is literally the CIA getting into Twitter drama.
Yeah.
It's kind of absurd.
Well, I mean, we already know, right, that you've got these alphabet soup agencies who are manipulating these things from behind the scenes, but they're also manipulating things from their public Twitter accounts. And they're using all the stuff is whether or not it looks good for them, they are doing this intentionally. They're using it as a weapon.
It reminds me a little bit almost, a very different sort of, I think, manifestation of it, but a lot of that U.S. Army esports team.
Yeah, I remember that.
And, their spokesperson did, like, this really weird ooh talk all the time.
What is that?
like, ooh, they were writing everything like this on the U.S. Army's esports account. Ooh.
What the fuck?
And it twisted the soldier.
Why would they do that?
I swear.
I didn't know that part. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was absurd.
That sounds like a stunt. Like they're trying to. What I remember from that was Twitch chat roasting the guy and saying like World of War crimes and shit like that. But yeah,
It's pretty funny.
I didn't know that they did
World of War crimes.
Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't know about the woo speak. That's weird.
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, it's like this weird way in which like they're trying to like humanize it, such bizarre like places.
Yeah, and also try to appeal to the Zoomers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
exactly. Always Smile pointed out, everyone started ripping on them for being groomers. Because it's a military recruitment tool is what they were doing. Same way lots of these military video games are. It's like, look how cool it is to be in the U.S. military. This is a viable career path, and you'll be able to get healthcare and buy a home and go to college and all that stuff if you sign up to the U.S. military. Yeah. The whole thing is grotesque as fuck. It's really insidious.
Yep.
Some of the team was saying white nationalist stuff on the stream? Really? I mean, it doesn't surprise me that stuff is in the military, but it surprises me that they would be so lax about that they would allow people who say that shit out loud on a platform like that. Did that get them banned? Because that's the kind of shit Twitch will ban people for really fast. Usually. When Destiny does it, it's okay. Military's having
Destiny gets, well, no, I guess not anymore to the same extent, but Destiny used to get the red carpet treatment over there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there was for anybody who doesn't know what I'm referencing, there was a moment during the George Floyd protests where Destiny said, I'm getting really sick of all these people going out there and protesting, and it's inconvenient for me. And if it takes one of these right-wing militias just mowing down these protesters, I mean, hey, do what you got to do. That was basically what he said. And
he said dipshit protesters and said they have my blessings.
Oh yeah, that's right. He said they have his blessing. Yeah. And yeah, he insulted the protesters. Yeah, that's right. I was forgetting some of the details.
Yeah, exactly, Eugene, by the way. Yeah, exactly.
Military is having a lot of difficulty finding recruits. Yeah, you don't say. Almost like, war crimes are not popular. Too many people have black marks that left the military shit on them and kicked them out without benefits. Yeah, and people hear about that shit. Here's an article about the esports. Destiny was the flagship product. Yeah, pretty much. One of them. The other ones are, any
Pokemon.
Yeah. So once in a while, a poor sauce.
And those Fortnite guys.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the Twitch milieu, so I can't speak to most of them. But I recognize names like Pokemon, I guess. So once in a while, a poor sod signs up, does a little time, and then learns the hard way that they're not actually going to give you free college. Yeah. All right, what's this article? The U.S. Army shouts out an anti-Semitic user. I think that's supposed to say slur, not user. The U.S. Army shouts out an anti-Semitic user on Twitch. Oh no, I see. They gave a shout out to a user. That's what it means.
Oh.
I thought it meant they shouted a slur.
What are they doing shouting users out anyway?
I don't know. That is kind of... I think maybe they're trying to
weird.
Good graces, get in people's good graces and stuff. Today, the Army has found itself in a new pot of hot water after a member of the Army National Guard, Axel Zex OG Torres, shouted out an anti-Semitic username live. Oh, okay. He said the username of somebody. Oh my god. The username. I'm not even going to say this. I'll just let it. I'll just. You see it on screen. This is the username that he shouted out. That's what he shouted. God. Oh no. I mean, I guess
that's
maybe if you don't
really
know,
bad.
Maybe if you don't know what the reference, I don't know. I'm more familiar with like this kind of stuff online, so I instantly know what that is, but I feel like a lot of
Eugene,
not.
The username was literally 6 million wasn't enough.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That's. I feel like they should have known better, but I don't know. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, but yeah, that's bad. It was only last month that the U.S. Army esports team returned to streaming on Twitch. They'd taken, and this was from September 16th, 2020, so not long ago. They'd taken a month-long hiatus prompted by a fairly spectacular meltdown. They were banning people in the chat for asking about war crimes. I want those Twitch chatters in my stream. Our armed forces are streaming on Twitch because it's a great place to recruit. In case you were wondering why branches of the military need Twitch channels. Yeah, pretty obvious.
Don't the drone controllers literally look like Xbox controllers now? That's what I heard.
They literally are Xbox controllers a lot of the time. Drone pilots and like remote robots that they use for certain operations do use actual Xbox controllers. I think like there might even be like some kind of contract with Microsoft or something to set up the software. But yeah, I've literally seen pictures of that stuff. Like,
it's crazy.
I mean, Microsoft has its hands in some of those kind of pots. It's always been the case. I mean, shit. IBM, you know what they were getting up to during World War II in Germany? Pretty sick stuff. Technology's always been involved in stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean they're intertwined. You know, even at its most sort of hippy dippy, it's always there.
Yeah,
at the back of it.
Yeah, seen more than a few oopsies where the streamer said, "Oh no, shouldn't have said that name." Yeah, people like to do that because they know that people will say names, and you can catch them with stuff. Just a funny fuck up, to be honest. I mean, I kind of think it might have been, but you maybe should have. It's the U.S. military. They should have done better than that. Like, this is, come on. These were not streamers with a racist intent. I mean, maybe not, but they're the face of a massive organization that is doing what is hard to not see as a pretty racist thing by having all these wars in parts of the world where you're killing shit tons of people who are, a different ethnic group from the majority of your country, and there's like just treating people as if they're subhuman and mowing them down, like mass murder. It's hard to call that like not racist in any way.
Well, it's funny because that username could have, applied to a U.S. military enthusiast.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of like white supremacists in the U.S. military because it gets them an opportunity to kill people who are a different color than them.
And those are the guys who like to stick around too.
Lines. Yeah, and they are the ones who are going to seek out like a position where they do actually kill people instead of like a desk jockey. Drone pilots having high rates of PTSD. I guess that would. I mean, the thing about. I mean, I've seen plenty of footage of what it looks like when they pilot those drones. And I mean, it's pretty awful, but it's definitely like a few steps removed from battlefield stuff. Like people are kind of just seen as outlines, and they're at such a distance, and like the color and stuff is like black and white. So it's, I don't know. It's definitely a more abstracted way of killing people. I remember Yahtzee.
Which I imagine actually comes with its own neuroses.
Yeah. Oh yeah, probably.
Pathologies.
Yeah. I remember Yahtzee joking about that. Yeah. There was this whole thing back in when the first Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out. There was a level where you were a drone pilot shooting people, and it was like this idea of a newfangled kind of thing at the time. It was like, oh, look at this new technology that, I mean, it's been in use for a while at that point, but people were kind of fascinated by the prospect. But then like, yeah, people are literally using like Xbox controllers to control drones to kill people in real life, is where that went. And it looks, I mean, you can distinguish it from the video game, but it looks very similar to the video game.
I wouldn't be surprised if part of it is to try to like abstract it further so it doesn't make as much PTSD.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's part of the whole thing. Is you got to control your soldiers more so that they're more effective. And if they, end up with mental problems, that's not effective as a soldier. Yeah. It's also kind of funny though because not haha funny, but it's weird because original Call of Duty Modern Warfare did have some like very strongly critical things to say about like warfare. Like there were moments where like it kind of was trying to be satirical, clearly, but yeah, like the whole franchise is basically just a military agreement too now. It always was kind of like glorifying war though, because originally it was about World War II exclusively.
That's right.
The Modern Warfare one.
I only ever had one Call of Duty game, and it was World War II. Interestingly, you played as an American on the Pacific Front, but then you played as a Soviet soldier on the European front.
Yeah, that's always been the gimmick, is that you play multiple different soldiers in different parts of the war. The first game was the American is actually really funny because I didn't, at the time I played it the first time, I didn't know this, but then I saw the movies later and I realized the American, you play as an American, a Russian, and a Brit in the first one, and the American campaign is ripped off directly from Band of Brothers, like almost scene for scene. And the Russian campaign is ripped off from Enemy of the Gates, almost scene for scene. So like an HBO series and a film were just like blatantly ripped off and turned into video games. Like each of like the battle moments and stuff, and like the major combat scenes and the perspective that you had in them, pretty much just directly ripped off. Very like, I don't know, like cheaply done, I guess.
Yes.
And then now it's like, I don't know if the British campaign ripped anything off. I haven't seen the movie where I'm like, oh wait, yeah, that's what this is. But yeah, like it turned into this huge franchise. From I think probably the sequels might have, like 2 and 3 might have done that sort of thing too. But yeah, now it's pretty much original stories, but glorifying the U.S. military and trying to get people to join. Pretty much where they are now, even though they try to do like some mildly satirical and shock value kind of stuff originally with the Modern Warfare series. Now it seems pretty gung-ho about all that stuff. Let's see, where was I think it being that disconnected fucks you up in itself. Yeah. Never actually knowing if you kill civilians in that house or not. Yeah. Or, even if the targets you're shooting at are civilians or combatants or whatever they call them now. Capture powered drone strikes. Which of these pictures shows a civilian and which one shows an armed combatant? God. Yeah, select all the squares with innocent bystanders. Yeah. Would not be surprised.
Sorry, a little dark.
No, I mean that's the way that I made the same quip before I read that you posted that in the chat. Yeah, that's the way that it's going. So that's kind of like the direction this stuff is taking, is that, I mean, we're doing that already with like self-driving cars. That's what a lot of the captchas are about, is that they're showing pictures of like vehicles and it says click on the ones that are cars or bikes or whatever. And then, from there, it's like, okay, how long does it take before you see that kind of thing get integrated with the military? And probably you already have the military using that kind of data for projects that they're working on with AI to detect people and things like that. I mean, that's the big barrier to like military robots. You've got Boston Dynamics making all those cool big dog robots. Like, oh wow, this is neat. Look at this walking robot. That's so cool. And it is really cool. It's genuinely an incredible technological advancement. And what's it being used for? Oh, that's going to carry like guns into a war-torn country so that soldiers can like kill a bunch of people, half of whom are civilians, right?
I feel like one of those dogs. It's always awe-inspiring. But the first time I saw one of those dogs, I was like, that thing is going to kill me one day. Oh my god.
Yeah, let me pull up so people see, because it's also just good content. Let me pull up a quick little video of Big Dog. So this is, see if I can find a more recent one, because these are like 2010. Well, I'll pull up this old one. Yeah, so like walking robots, huge deal, but this is from like a military contractor. Like, you could use this to deliver aid supplies to like dangerous locations. You could use this to like explore dangerous terrain that you don't want to send people into. You could use this for help, just for entertainment. I mean, loads of people, 8.5 million people have watched this video. People are fascinated by this kind of stuff. There's all kinds of things that you could use this for. What's it going to be used for? It's going to be used for warfare. And that's what they're gonna. A lot of that stuff that's identifying like objects and pictures goes toward this kind of shit. They want this to be able to identify an enemy or a friend. You know, that's kind of like the barrier to having guns mounted on this thing that'll actually shoot.
Do you actually? I kind of want to go back to the headlines because the next one's kind of a palate cleanser, even though it's also gnarly.
Yeah, I don't think. This is the Twitch. Yeah, we were on the Twitch one. That's kind of like a funny thing. And then, yeah, we were on Twitter talking about the CIA. Yeah. All right. But yeah, that was 10 years ago, by the way. That Big Dog.
Yeah, the new ones.
2010. What do you think?
Those dogs have the most spectacular movement now.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some more recent videos, but that's like the really popular one. All right, so CIA was one, and this is the last one in the news stories from News Anon. Coke-backed group joins marijuana push after Zoom with Snoop Dogg. That's an interesting sounding story. That sounds like a PR stunt. This is political.
Of course. Image washing.
Yeah.
There's no way to wash your image quite like a, association with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Liberals love Snoop Dogg for some reason.
I don't know what the appeal is that makes him seem like the guy to make the Koch brothers, or I don't know. Whenever they do this kind of stuff, it always rings hollow because they don't understand how PR works at that level, I guess. And it's just like, why the fuck why this person this way? It's weird. But I guess it works on some people. It works on the people that the hearts and minds are trying to win, I guess.
Also associates the Kochs with black people.
I guess, yeah.
Right, I mean, obviously, of course, entirely on a surface level, but it's like, hey, see, I'm doing a weed company with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah. It's... Alright, Charles Koch, Chief Executive Officer of Koch Industries, walks at the Broadmoor Resort in Colorado Springs, Colorado. So it's just a picture of Charles Koch by Mona Zhang. What do you get when weed-loving rapper Snoop Dogg, right-wing billionaire Charles Koch, and criminal justice reform advocate Weldon Angelos walk into a Zoom room? Yeah, that's about the respect this story deserves.
Yep.
Cannabis Freedom Alliance, a new coalition launching Tuesday that could change the dynamics of the marijuana legalization debate, is first reported by Politico. The organization includes Americans for Prosperity, the political advocacy group advocacy group founded by the Koch brothers, the Reason Foundation, a libertarian think tank, marijuana trade organization, the Global Alliance for Cannabis Commerce, and the Weldon Project, a nonprofit that advocates for the release of individuals incarcerated for marijuana offenses. That's the dream team.
Did I not tell you they would slip in the SJW stuff, though?
Yeah, it's just like crazy. I mean, like, it's so bizarre to see, like, it's one of these, like, one of these things is not like the others. One of these things just doesn't belong. It's really fucking surreal. Like, a bunch of people who just want to make money, and then, hey, could we, like, maybe get people out of prison for bullshit charges?
I guess, you know, the Reason magazine libertarian types are more anti-police, but, like, come on.
Yeah.
Coke.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is just weird. Politics is just in such a weird place now. I guess they ran out of, what do you call it? Mileage that they were getting out of weed for, like, prison labor. And they're like, it ran its course. Time to move on to something else. Find something else to criminalize. The movement for marijuana legalization has long been dominated by left-leaning organizations like the Drug Policy Alliance and the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. And despite a handful of congressional Republicans supporting the issue, most legalization proponents in Congress are Democrats. We can't cut with one scissor blade. We need Republicans in order. What an effective government that you have to have bipartisan support to. Yeah, okay. In order to pass a legalization bill, said Angelos, founder of the Weldon Project. Angelos served 13 years of a 55-year sentence for marijuana trafficking charges and got a full pardon from former President Donald Trump last December. The background: the idea for the Cannabis Freedom Alliance sprouted from a Zoom call between Angelos, Snoop Dogg, and... Oh, I'm sure that's where the idea sprang from. Yeah. Angelo, Snoop Dogg, and Coke last summer. Coke expressed support for legalizing all drugs to... What? Charles Koch expressed support for legalizing all drugs? What?
I mean, they always were kind of opportunists.
Yeah, I know. It's just, that's such a weird thing to read. To the surprise of Angelos and probably most people. Yeah, it's just like the bold-facedness of the pivot. Like, yeah, we never gave a shit about this stuff ever at any point. Like, we never even bought into the cultural stuff about this. It was just a tool for us all the time. And we're making that very obvious now, but, you know, whatever. What are you going to do about it, Pearl? Yeah, and it makes, of course, Smile, it makes sense for capitalists. Yeah.
I mean, didn't John Boehner recently, like, get super involved in some marijuana company? Like, that's his thing. He's a marijuana lobbyist now.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's a growth industry for sure. Legalization lobby's been pointing this out for decades, and there's a reason we get decent funding, considering, yeah, they, yeah. It's an obvious thing to do. I think that the tension is just between prison labor and all of the venture capitalists and the people who are looking to invest. I think that's the core conflict here. Gangs are, oh yeah, that's right. Like, because of the illegal status of the drug, you've got black markets. And so there's going to be a really weird situation where you start to see white markets emerge as legalization happens, while you've got all of these existing structures from black markets who are going to be competing with them. And you're going to see like this weird process where, like NA saying, gangs are going to end up like the Yakuza, legal business mixed with anti-union gangs. And you're going to end up with you're probably going to end up with some pretty nasty stuff, conflict and strife on the way to that, because people are going to be like, all right, I'm going to grow some weed in my backyard, and if there happens to be somebody around who's got interests in that, they're not gonna like that shit. Not gonna like community gardens growing weed or anything like that. Yeah, this stuff's always thorny. But yeah, not really a big surprise that Coke would be behind it, but just like it's just let's legalize all the drugs. Why not? That's so abrupt. Angelo is connected with the Koch network for its help in advocating for legalization at the federal level, which he believes is now more important than ever with Democrats in control of Congress. Prior to flipping this, well, I mean, if you need Republican support anyway, is now really that different? Prior to flipping the Senate, then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell was a barrier to any marijuana legalization coming to the floor. But now with Majority Leader Chuck Schumer pushing the issue as a priority, a marijuana bill could very well come up for a vote. Yeah, this also kind of smacks of like trying to retain legitimacy amid this whole Biden continues to keep kids in cages, the economy's still not doing well, coronavirus is still like all that kind of stuff. This seems like trying to throw people a bone to me.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm honestly shocked they haven't moved faster with that in mind, or haven't like dangled it more.
Yeah. I think maybe they're underestimating how hard times are for people. And also, of course, you legalize weed suddenly, it's just like legally available all over the place. You're going to have like a honeymoon period of people who are like enjoying that for the first time or enjoying it in a new way. And it's going to be like, it's going to relieve some tension for sure. Yeah. And then people having ready access to weed, in the long run, it might free your mind, man, but it's also going to like provide, like a pacifier, right? It's going to make it easier for people to cope.
Yeah, which, isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. And I mean, it at the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about weed itself, right? This is obviously a bone, but what's disconcerting about the federal level is, what is this going to be relationally to the incarcerated, right? Who really need, will they also come with like, some kind of plan to account for all of the people who have been sort of wrongfully imprisoned now, right? If they're going to do it at that scale?
Well, I mean, if they do the whole legalize and tax thing, they could take some of those taxes and pay reparations based on how long people were incarcerated or something like that. But they won't. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this just seems like, such a good virtue signal, Beth. Yeah. I honestly think we could see weed being federally legal, for better or for worse, within 4 years. Honestly, I don't see why it couldn't happen at
4 years seems like longer than I would put it at. They're moving pretty. I mean, like they're in a good position to lose the Republicans in 2022. The way things are going right now, I think they might move it up to like within the next like couple of years. I think that's more like the plan. The problem is logistics.
Yeah, for sure.
What they might do is some kind of thing where they make it federally legal, but then they leave regulation and stuff up to the states, because you already have infrastructure for that kind of thing in place with various states having legalized. So I could see something like that being pushed to try to get it through faster, but I don't know. Okay. I don't know what Schumer's up to with all this stuff. Americans for Prosperity, founded by the Koch brothers in 2004, is one of the most influential organizations in conservative politics. Oh, no, I missed. We need 10 to 12 Republican senators, Angelo said. With Koch's influence, I think that's likely a possibility. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure that Charles Koch could buy a vote on a thing for 10 to 12 senators.
Yes.
That seems pretty easy for him.
Great image washing for him, too.
Oh, yeah, especially, like... Oh man, can you imagine like people talking shit about the Koch brothers, and then somebody like smoking a joint is like, "Hey man, don't say a bad word about them," and like coming to their defense and shit. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
What a fucking world. The group rivals or even eclipses the official GOP in terms of its size, scope, and spending. God, if that's not a dystopian sentence. Americans for Prosperity is excited to work alongside our partners to bring cannabis businesses into the light, replacing black and gray markets with a free and fair legal framework. Brent W. Garner, Chief Government Affairs Officer for Americans for Prosperity, said in a statement, "Cannabis commerce will become a way for Americans to lift themselves up rather than a barrier holding them back." I mean, maybe if you, I mean, part of the problem with this kind of stuff is that a lot of the legalization is focused so much on businesses, and it's like, yeah, this particular business gets to have a legal monopoly on this in the state or whatever. So yeah, focusing on businesses tends not to do with what that quote says. All right, this is the last news article, so I'll read it to the end. It's also,
yeah, I was going to say I actually have to bounce after this, but yeah, I'll finish it up with you.
All right. Work on social issues while ignoring the rest. It's how Obama did things. Yeah, it's a good way of getting PR and stuff without actually fixing deep-seated problems. They don't even do like social issues in some kind of fundamental way that would fix them permanently. They're just like palliative measures. They're just ameliorating the symptoms. They're not curing the disease. And when I say palliative, I mean that in the sense of like near-death care, where they're like, this thing is like rotting and killing people and it's horrible, and they're just like, we'll make it a little bit better on the way out. They're not even like making it less overtly harmful, just less painful. The context: Schumer told Politico recently that he plans to push a legalization bill with or without President Joe Biden's blessing. The House made history last December when it voted on the MORE Act, which would remove federal marijuana. I think that means
probably legislation was left out typo.
Yeah,
or something.
Something was. No, I think this one was about decriminalizing it or something. But only five five out of like removing it from the controlled substances list or something like that.
Okay.
But only 5 out of more than 200 House Republicans broke with their party to vote for the bill. 6 Democrats voted against the bill. Depending on how many moderate Democrats may defect on the issue, Schumer will need at least 10 Republican senators to vote yes to get the 60 votes needed to pass the bill. The Cannabis Freedom Alliance plans to reach out to libertarian-leaning Republicans like Senators Rand Paul, Kentucky, and Mike Lee, Utah, first, though Angelos believes that voter-approved legalization ballot questions in conservative states like Montana and South Dakota could bring others on board. Yeah, that's a fairly reasonable strategy.
Yeah.
Show them what your voters want. And, hey, if you do this, help your re-election chances. What they want: a coalition will advocate for removing penalties for marijuana offenses and ensuring people from the illicit market will be able to transition to a regulated market. Yeah, so like gangs in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
The group wants regulatory, like was said in the comments. The group wants regulatory frameworks that promote free markets and low tax rates. Typical libertarians. A lot of big cannabis companies are fighting against things like interstate commerce because it doesn't support their business model. Angelo said that's another reason why AFP is a perfect ally on this, because they support free and open markets. Many state programs for both medical or adult use marijuana have license caps that go against a more free market approach. The legalization of cannabis is very consistent with Republican, Libertarian, and conservative values. Okay, sure. Is it, said Randall Meyer, Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Cannabis Commerce and a former aide to Paul. Rand Paul, I think, not Ron Paul. Most Republicans understand the free market aspects. Sure. The Kochs also supported the First Step Act, a 2018 bipartisan criminal justice reform bill that included sentencing reform for drug offenders. Well, yeah.
Well, I love weed. I'd love for it to be legalized.
Yeah.
But, will this rectify the injustices that legalization ought to rectify? Doesn't seem like it if it happens this way.
It might prevent some new injustices, but that's going to be the best.
That's true.
To do, I think. They are at least making some overtures to, like, that problem, but I don't think that they're going to do anything to fix it, really.
Yeah. It just needs to happen,
Yeah, I mean, it's like...
It was never going to bring us closer to socialism in the first place,
No, it just needs to be done with. But yeah, I think like Canada and Mexico have both legalized now. So like, you got your two neighbors looking at you from each side. You're like, all right,
yep.
How long is it going to be? Yeah. I figure that's
All right.
coming soon, so we'll see.
All right, Iggy, I think I should head out now.
Yep.
But thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
Have a good night, everyone in chat. It was nice to see you all once again. Yeah. All right. Good night.
Night.
I'll probably be hanging out in chat for a bit too.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
See you. And I probably won't be on much longer. But I'll hang out to talk to chat and see what's up if anybody wants to say anything. I am probably going to be off tomorrow because of the reading group. I thought it was going to be today, but I think it's tomorrow now. The reading group is going to discuss where we're going, and it's going to be around the same time I normally do these. I might pop on later, depending on how late we go. But I'm not probably going to be here around 6 or 6:30, maybe 7 or later, which would be 23 UTC. All right, let's see what's people got in the chat. Yeah, gangs are going to end up like the Yakuza. Yeah, Yakuza. 350 kilobytes and 4 whole chapters to go after the one I'm writing. Oh, so Eugene's writing some posts. Everybody's saying good night. Yeah, I think Simone's out. I don't know. If people want, I can hang out. I'll read the headlines at least for the op-eds. NFTs and SPACs: the insanity of casino capitalism, from Socialist.net. Capitalism is currently in the worst crisis in its history. Much of the economic damage caused by COVID-19 and subsequent lockdowns worldwide is predicted to be permanent, and it is widely understood that there will be no going back to pre-COVID-19 economy. And yet, amidst this economic destruction, certain areas of the economy appear to be booming. Well, yeah, Amazon and stuff. Stock market prices have reached new heights this year, after recovering from crashes experienced during the first wave of COVID-19 in 2020. And Bitcoin has reached, who cares, record highs this year. UK property prices also defied the crash and rose 7.5% in the year to January 2021. In other words, whilst the real economy suffer from the effects of the crisis, speculative investment has increased on a frenzied level. This is symptomatic of a declining system that lacks any logic or reason. You call it fictitious capital. Is that all for the news? That's all for like the news stories I'm reading into. These are op-eds now. Yeah. Global capitalism has only been able to keep its head above water in the midst of the biggest crisis in history, thanks to trillions being pumped into the economy by central banks. Instead of being used to repair the damage, the capitalists are throwing this cash at all manner of absurd speculative bubbles. Get in, get the money, get out. Yeah. Time is it? 10:22. Yeah, I'll read through the last of these, and if anybody's got like questions or stuff they want to discuss or whatever in chat, you can post it. I'm keeping an eye on that. Die Linke. How left is Germany's left party? Seen from a distance, Germany's left party, which refers to itself rather arrogantly as Die Linke, or the left, might seem pretty cool. A party that opposes war, capitalism, and all border controls gets around 10% in national elections. That's what's not to like? Die Linke held its party congress in the last weekend of February. It elected a new leadership duo, the former Trotskyite Janine Whistler, known for her criticism of the party joining the government coalitions, and Suzanne Hennig-Welso, who is part of such a government coalition in the state of Thuringia. After several years of stagnation, the party is hoping for an Aufbruch, a hashtag Aufbruch, which could be translated as a takeoff or a breakout. Lauren Balhorn, writing in Jacobin, has provided many important insights for English speakers about the party's history and dynamics. Jacobin's German edition has published several more analyses of the Congress. As Balthorn points out, Die Linke does not have a mass working class base. Among the party's 60,000 members, many work in Germany's enormous political superstructure, elected officials, parliamentary assistants, party apparatchiks, employees of associated foundations, etc. One estimate says that 70% of the newly elected party leadership, which calls itself the Movement Left, work for their party. Another important sector consists of low and mid-level functionaries for Germany's sprawling trade union bureaucracies. So the PMC. Oh, somebody's having... I think, yeah, there's an option to reduce the quality on Twitch now. Sometimes that's there, sometimes it's not. Usually if you bump the quality down, it makes it easier. I think my connection's okay right now. It was spotty earlier, but I think now it's alright. Alright, and then here's the last op-ed. Glenn Greenwald took on the authoritarian right in Brazil and won. Oh hey, we were talking about this the other day. Imagine this counterfactual. In 2016, a judge presiding over the corruption trial of Hillary Clinton secretly corresponds with the prosecutorial team, strategizing to assure she is found guilty and that the judgment will hold on appeal. Okay, I'm trying to figure out who this he is. Judge, he then subjects her to preventative detention ahead of the trial verdict, nullifying her ability to run for the presidency. Or as long as we are telling stories, imagine the same fate for 2020 nominee Bernie Sanders. This, in rough analog, is what happened to Workers' Party PT candidate Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in 2018 in Brazil. Leading the polls in the run-up to national elections, Lula was disqualified following the acceptance of a money laundering indictment by Judge Sergio Moro. The far-right candidate Jair Bolsonaro, an admirer of the Brazilian dictatorship era, prevailed. One of Bolsonaro's party early acts as president was to appoint Lula's jailer, Moro, to one of the most powerful positions in the country, Minister of Justice. And then enter Glenn Greenwald. Down all the way, I just have a shit connection where I live, specifically in the evening hours. Yeah, it sucks that things are like that, Jules. You often have... Yeah, I think the lowest setting is like 140p or something. No, it's, yeah, 160p. Yeah, I don't think I could do anything to help with that. Lowering bitrate or whatever. It's alright. Glenn Greenwald's new book, Securing Democracy, My Fight for Press Freedom and Justice in Bolsonaro's Brazil, tells the story of Operation Car Wash, Lavo Jato, I think it's the same in Portuguese and Spanish. In Portugal, Lavo Jato in Portuguese, the anti-corruption inquiry led by Moro. That a reporter should break even one story of real consequence, one that shakes up business as usual in a country or region or across the planet, is extremely rare. Excellent journalists go their entire careers without such a story to their names. But in 2013, Greenwald, along with Laura Poitras and Ewan McCaskill, broke whistleblower Edward Snowden's National Security Administration story. Among many other things, Snowden's top secret archive revealed that the NSA was collecting metadata on every single phone call made through Verizon, every call, all day, every day. And then they're going on to say, and then he did a second story with Bolsonaro in Brazil. That was a big deal. This is from Jacobin. In 2019, Lava Jato reports are similarly earth-shattering. Yep, just like I said. Having already had the effect of freeing Lula from prison, and in late March, leading the Brazilian Supreme Court to declare Justice Moro to have been biased in Lula's case. Though other roadblocks may still appear, Lula appears free to challenge Bolsonaro in 2022. Without Greenwald's source, Walter Delgado Neto, none of this could have happened. Yep. So, Glenn Greenwald's got a book. Securing Democracy, My Fight for Press Freedom and Justice in Bolsonaro's Brazil by Glenn Greenwald from Haymarket Books. So, there's a book to read. Weird? What's weird, Jules? Ooh. I'm gonna log off for the night then. All right. Yep, that's I've covered these stories. People are talking about cats and dogs, whatever. Nothing more interesting down there, I guess. That's yesterday's news. I don't think I need to go read all of that. I did have a New Multitude article open. Just a reminder for people to check out New Multitude. I'll shout them out before I leave. They're a crowdsourced news site, and you can submit posts. I would recommend anybody who's got something they'd like to write, especially if they're not from the U.S. They try to have an international what do you call it? A catalog of international stories, let's say. So, hope you all have a good night. Same to you, Jules. I'll give you a sleepy style in the chat. Yeah. Here's a story about Nigeria. A brief history of Nigeria's left. So if you want to learn about other stuff around the world that maybe you haven't seen before, some neat stuff here. We've got the UK. Is the UK a managed democracy? The democratic foundations of Marxism. Burma's democracy facade is broken. Coup or not, ethnic people expect more of the same. Displacement, land grabs, and militarism. Munkastenaksak, in the midst of the 1956 revolution, the dispossessed of Sudan and global capitalism, 1970s and the decline of British Union. So a nice collection of stories. Just like to shout out New Multitude real quick. Might read some of their stuff another time, but it's 10:30 now, so it's a bit late for me. And I'm gonna call it quits. I went from 6:30 to 10:30, so that's 4 hours. It's a pretty good stream. Thanks to everybody for showing up and who's still around. I'll try to come back on tomorrow if I have time. I went 4 hours today, so I'll probably have time tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna keep at this. So tune in tomorrow for tomorrow's news. And oh yeah, that's the thing I'm gonna end with now. Instead of saying like, comment, and subscribe, what I'm gonna say is agitate, educate, and organize. Don't forget to agitate, educate, and organize. With that,
that's all, folks.